teaching JavaScript, they swear by Rust. Live stream sermons and frameworks they trust. These cats claim altars, code gods on high. Flawed idols, false prophets, truth and lies. Cult of the code in the matrix they preach. Paradise for sale, but it's just out of reach. They blinded us with syntax, selling us dreams. False prophets of tech, digital schemes. Algorithms chanted a binary prayer. They promise us golden code, but it's just hot air. Matrix leaders deceiving, they build up their reign, only to leave us in syntax error, tangled in chains. Shield's mantra echoes, swings grips around. Prime agents, illusions, they techno babble the sound. Remote work prophets in their ivory shell, captivating minds in a software spell. We seek truth in the terminal, wisdom in the core, while prophets chase followers, always wanting more. This pseudocode gospel, illusion of might, but when you hit compile, they vanish in bite. Cult of the code in the matrix they preach. Paradise for sale, but it's just out of reach. They blinded us with syntax, selling us dreams. False prophets of tech, digital schemes. Cult of the code in the matrix they preach. Paradise for sale, but it's just out of reach. They blinded us with syntax, selling us dreams. False prophets of tech, digital schemes. Cult of the code in the matrix they preach. Paradise for sale, but it's just out of reach. They blinded us with syntax, selling us dreams. False prophets of tech, digital schemes. Algorithms chanted a binary prayer. They promise us golden code, but it's just hot air. Matrix leaders deceiving, they build up their reign, only to leave us in syntax error, tangled in chains. Tangled in chains. Neo's mantra echoes, those who scripts around. Prime agents, illusions, they techno babble the sound. Remote work prophets in their ivory shell, captivating minds in a software spell. We seek truth in the terminal, wisdom in the core, while prophets chase followers, always wanting more. The pseudocode gospel, illusion of might, but when you hit compile, they vanish in bite. But when you hit compile.
What's up, Ayush? How's it going? Good to see you, man. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Ross. Hope you got some sleep, man. It was a year, that's for sure, man. Hey everyone on TikTok. Sup, man? Sup, Armin? Happy New Year, man. Happy New Year, Marco. What's up, Laugh? Happy New Year. Thanks for the follow, Natre 141. Appreciate it.
money's the quest, quality now, I'm feeling the cash in my chest. Clients call, I dismiss them all, that's the test. Lines of garbage, I'm getting my pockets all dressed. Shitty loops, cutting corners, that's the plan. Rapid profits, man, I'm the co-hit man. Spit in the face of best practices, fam. Customers complain, but they don't understand. I'm a code junkie, chasing a quick loop. Fuck good code, profits in pursuit. Clients cussing, I'm giving them the boot. Short-term cash cow, that's the root. Bugs in my scripts, I ain't even tripping. Short-term hustle keeps my wallet flipping. End users cry, data stream slipping. I'm on a roll, and I ain't skipping. Version 1, deployed in trash. On the fast lane, never gonna crash. Sprint slinging garbage in a flash. Money pile high, you could call it my stash. I'm a code junkie, chasing a quick loop. Fuck good code, profits in pursuit. Clients cussing, I'm giving them the boot. Short-term cash cow, that's the root.
Happy New Year, dead robot. Happy New Year, Lawler.
Instead of death, a tale you'll tell. All is dark at evil's peak. Good comes out from those who seek. Don't stop now. Don't stop ever. Your history will last forever. If you quit, you won't see
Shut up, Lawler.
what could have been if you were free. Bugs don't matter, you won't fail. Instead of death, a tale you'll tell. If you quit, you won't see what could have been if you were free. If you quit, you won't see what could have been if you were free. Tech gods on my screen, telling me what to dream. Code like it's a creed, mind control won't concede. They say follow my code in this digital abode. Scripts and loops unfold, their power takes hold. Tech gods all around, reaching from the cyber mound, lost in the digital sound. In their cults we've all been bound. Eyes on the glowing flame, joy in their viral flame. We chant like calling name, caught in the digital game. Bite by bite, we fall in line in this binary shrine. Their words become divine, our thoughts we realign. Tech gods all around, reaching from the cyber mound, lost in the digital sound. In their cults we've all been bound. Eyes on the glowing flame, joy in Recursion, ain't no escape. Stacks overflow, the nodes they reshape. False flags flying, shit compiler delays. Illusions of grandeur, lines decay. Glitchy fuckers rewriting history. Drunk on caffeine, syntax misery. Fooling themselves, blind to the dread. Catastrophe spreads, code turns red. Moving fast, break shit, yo, that's a fact. Mismatched brackets, logic gone whack. Tech debt mountain, promises stacked. Reality bites, error logs packed. Kernel panics, oh what a fright. Swearing to fix it up all night. System crashes, user despise. 404, the dreams in the code lies. Glitchy fuckers rewriting history. Drunk on caffeine, syntax misery. Fooling themselves, blind to the dread. Catastrophe spreads, code turns red. Glitchy fuckers rewriting history. Drunk on caffeine, syntax misery. Fooling themselves, blind to the dread. Catastrophe spreads, code turns red. Quick, fast break shit, yo, that's a fact. Mismatched brackets, logic gone whack. Tech debt, mountain promises stacked. Reality bites, error logs packed. Kernel panics, oh what a fright. Swearing to fix it up all night. System crashes, user despise. 404, the dreams in the code lies. Glitchy fuckers rewriting history. Drunk on caffeine, syntax misery. Fooling themselves, blind to the dread. Catastrophe spreads, code turns red. Code turns red. Code turns red. Kernel panics, oh what a fright. Swearing to fix it up all night. System crashes, user despise. 404, the dreams in the code lies. joined the cult of gaming heads, but they filled me with their empty threats. Gave my heart, gave my time to the glow screens and online shrine, but they drained my soul, left it dry, left me hanging, never asked why. Streamers used me, broke my code, left me lost on this dusty road. Took my strength, left me weak in this cold cybernetic street. Said they'd help, said they'd teach, left me stranded out of reach. Burned out my hope, found me low, tangled up in the digital flow. Watched them rise with clicking fame, every stream lit out of reach. Burned out my hope, found me low, tangled up in the digital flow. Watched them rise with clicking fame, every stream same empty game. Take gods on a mighty throne, left me feeling so alone. Streamers used me, broke my code, left me lost on this dusty road. Took my strength, left me weak in this cold cybernetic street. Streamers used me, broke my code, left me lost on this dusty road. Took my strength, left me weak in this cold cybernetic street. Dreamers used me, broke my code, left me lost on this dusty road. Took my strength, left me weak in this cold cybernetic street. I am new to get I don't give a fuck about the code, I just wanna download this stupid talking application and use it. Why is there code? Make it safe and give it to me. These fucks think that everyone understands code. Well, I am not, and I don't understand it. I only know to download and install applications, make an exe file and give it to me. Stupid fucking smelly nerds. Make an exe file and give it to me. Stupid fucking smelly nerds. Keys clacking, they ain't hacking, just slacking. Code a mess from her stress, ain't no blessing. Lies twisted, logic mystic, bugs enlisted. Ship it quick, ignore the tick, call it sick. Code chaos, breaking all the laws. Shit that junk, don't care if it's a flaw. Pat each other's back, beard rubbing, little hack. Salary stack while the system's out of whack. Variables scattered like shattered, data mattered. Functions dead, recursion fled, logic tattered. Memory leak, syntax weak, JavaScript free. Include lines, staying in decline, lines creep. Error stack building, no test for filling. Talking in the meeting while servers be heating. Code monkeys high on ripple supply. Bugs hide and slide while they high five in the sky. Code chaos, breaking all the laws. Shit that junk, don't care if it's a flaw. Pat each other's back, beard rubbing, little hack. Salary stack while the system's out of whack. Modules warring, every release boring. Code base bloated, not even noted. Caffeine floating, deadlines kept in quoting. Madness in the core, modules warring, every release boring. Code base bloated, not even noted. Caffeine floating, deadlines kept in quoting.
Hey, thanks for the follow, Ursus. I appreciate it.
Yo, code decay, bitch, rock tech jail. Browsers crash, all devs gotta bail. Buggy apps hit the market without a sale. Lazy programmers ain't got no tell. Pity past jobs, duct tape and glue. Microservices become a murky brew. Agile is sprinting, but never on cue. Code reviews like a clown car. Who knew? Just push it live, they won't even see. Bugs crawl out the woodwork. 1, 2, 3. Broken stack, busted API spree. Programmers fraud, trick the chai tea. Data leaks like a sieve, no cap. Front end busted, user caught in a trap. Refactor later, always the scrap. Chrome dev tools fried, hear the applause clap. Memory hogs like critics at a show. CPU spike around, time moves slow. Lazy devs leaving users in woe. Project managers blind, they let it all go. Just push it live, they won't even see. Bugs crawl out the woodwork. 1, 2, 3. Broken stack, busted API spree. Programmers shrug, drink the chai tea. numbers sleep. Voices call from distant stars, holding secrets etched in scars. Feel the pulse of ancient dreams, echoes of what never seems, whispers of the void's embrace, new worlds waiting to be traced. Silver light on cosmic waves maps the space where silence paves. Gravity and time entwine, universe in rhythm sign. Ethereal sounds dance around, lost in orbits fate has found. Drift through fields of stardust bright, seeking truth in endless night. Feel the pulse of ancient dreams, echoes of what never seems, whispers of the void's embrace, new worlds waiting to be traced. Across the cosmos shadows wane, fusing elements in strain. Celestial bodies hum in tune, crescent of a dying moon. Across the cosmos, shadows wane, fusing elements in strain. Celestial bodies hum in tune, crescent of a dying moon. Lines of code, a tangled web, quick fixes, push and forget. Dollar signs cloud their eyes, legacy of lies. Holding drone of boredom, neglect, technical debt we're left to collect. Chasing money, leaving scars, coding ethics in free fall. Silicon dreams built on sand, quick profits, sleight of hand. Users cry, they don't care, quality's not there. drawn patch, a house of cards, leaving others scarred. Vicious cycle of greed and neglect, technical debt, we're left to collect. Chasing money, leaving scars, coding ethics in free fall. Vicious cycle of greed and neglect, technical debt, we're left to collect. Chasing money, leaving scars, coding ethics in free fall.
What's up, Ross?
Push commits for the pay, ain't giving a damn. Tech debt stacking high, won't give a hand. Short-term gains, got no long-game plan. Greed in my veins, I'm the code hustling, man. Customer complaints, throw them in the spam. Keyboard warrior, I'm the CEO, damn. Security holes, just a deep rabbit hole. Fucking new gig, on to the next toll. Dirty code snippets, comments non-existent. Deadlines near, make it barely persistent. Burning bridges, sparking fires in tech. Scammers never prosper, but I still cash the check. Push commits for the pay, ain't giving a damn. Tech debt stacking high, won't give a hand. Short-term gains, got no long-game plan. Greed in my veins, I'm the code hustling, man.
Hey, Happy New Year's, man. How's it going, Owl Hut? Stable. How so? I'm not sure what you mean. Like with work and stuff, or like I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, I mean, I have some contract work. It's fine. Does the trick for now. But it's dicey. It's dicey. Yeah. What more can I say? How you doing, man? I might as well talk about what I'm doing instead of just letting the music play. I need to figure out why this is saying ocean battle. Kind of weird. Yeah, man, the whole industry is in a pretty bad spot. I don't know what to say, man. I don't know what to say. It sucks. I don't know why the scene state name is Ocean Battle. That's weird. I'm not running an ocean battle. Yeah, this is weird. Why am I running an ocean battle? Frick. Oh, this is why. Because I'm calling the ocean battle function inside Arvis's function. An error. From what? There it is. Okay. Okay, we've got the game mode and scene. We set the scene state, got the current game mode, we run it, that's fine, we don't need to do that. Set current scene, yes, we do that as well, clear the current scene. We go through, clear current scene choices, yeah. Yeah, looks good. This is weird. Why? Let's pretend. Ah, damn. 4 months, man. Thank you. Not good content today. I'm just struggling through crap code, trying to clean things up for good content. But I appreciate the sub, man. Happy New Year's again. I'll try not to go crazy. Why is there no confirmation? Total choices is 1. Okay, so we are definitely adding a total. We're definitely adding a choice. Okay, seems like trash talk is set. Clear currency and choices. There's a confirmation. That means there's 1 when we run the init function. So current state should redraw. Enabled. String ID. Is it even enabled? So in order to check whether it's enabled and whether it has a string, we'll do this, which apparently is nothing. Oh, of course. Now I know. No. Yeah, and I know why. Gonna have to clean that up. More boring code. No, it's in here. So I have a few functions that are supposed to enable the retrieval of options and stuff and choices, and I'm not calling them. That's why. It's gonna get annoying real fast. Hey, Papa Owl, good to see you, man. It's been a hot minute. Happy New Year's, man. I hope you're doing well. Damn, it's been a long time, Papa. Well, it feels like it's been a long time. Maybe it hasn't been. What are you up to? Just working on the game. Yeah. Writing some C code, compiling to WebAssembly, the same old stuff that you're used to seeing. There we go. Okay. So now what should guess we have to figure out what the other ones are going to say. At this point, all I'm really doing is creating a bunch of scenes. Because I'm hoping that if I create enough, I can determine patterns. And if there are patterns, that means I can simplify the code. If there are like lots of repetitions, like clearly there are some patterns here. Let's crap. Here. And then choices as well. Okay, so now I have to set up the actual enumerations, which determine states. I suppose since this is so simple, you can keep it simple. Like this. Then I can go copy what I did with Harvest. I'm gonna have to create strings. That's fine.
your program. Light won't fail.
Bugs don't matter, you won't fail. Instead of death, a tale you'll tell. All is dark at evil's peak. Good comes out from those who seek. Don't stop now! Don't stop ever! Your history will last forever. If you quit, you won't see what could have been if you were free. Bugs don't matter, you won't fail. Instead of death, a tale you'll tell. Bugs don't matter, you won't fail. Instead of death, a tale you'll tell.
Castles built on sand, rushed to code by careless hands. Prophet's siren calls so loud, leaves a legacy we can't be proud. Promises, lines of code, technical debt, a heavy load. Short-term gains, long-term pain, ethics lost in the money rain. Can't be proud. Broken drum and drum fills, lines of code, technical debt, a heavy load. Short-term gains, long-term pain, ethics lost in the money rain. Shortcuts taken, bugs ignored, users' trust forever torn. Quality sacrificed for speed, planting failure's bitter seed. Can't be proud. Broken drum and drum fills, lines of code, technical debt, a heavy load. Short-term gains, long-term pain, ethics lost in the money rain. Can't be proud. I'm never out. Can't be proud. Shortcuts taken, bugs ignored, users' trust forever torn. Quality sacrificed for speed, planting failure's bitter seed. Shortcuts taken, bugs ignored, users' trust forever torn. Quality sacrificed for speed, planting failure's bitter seed. Rise above the greed and shame. Sustain light for 8-10 seconds. Break the cycle, rewrite the game. In the wake of rushed releases, frustration only increases. Patch on patch, a fragile tower, crumbling with each passing hour. Broken drum and drum fills, lines of code, technical debt, a heavy load. Short-term gains, long-term pain, ethics lost in the money rain. Yeah. Fingers on the keys, tapping trash, call it coding. Reality's blurred, truth bombing, foreboding. Logic flaws hidden deep within soundproof walls. On a syntax grind, errors big as malls. Brain glitching, lines twitching in the dead of night. Code base of minefield ready to ignite. Blind to the mess, strut like cyber gods. Blessed with delusion, trapped in their own facade. Capella screaming, red flags paint the screen. Patchwork faces like patching up a cracked theme. Ignore the warnings like they're whispering breezes. Errors buzzing round heads, swarm of digital diseases. Thinking they slick, but they ripping seams apart. Code spaghetti chaos, a tangled art. Sacrificing clarity for some caffeine haze. Each line a lie lost in delusional maze. Living code lies, buried in syntax sin. Hiding from the truth while the bugs storm in. Code base exploding, lines still defending. Blind to the damage the world around bending. Living code lies, blind to disaster. Cowboys in the wild west with code running faster. Egos inflated, confidence sold. Reality knocked out cold by the code they mold. natural friction. Errors multiply, no real conviction. Pretending they're kings of coded domains, but parachuting truths in hurricane rains. Each line a grenade, pin pulled too quick. Data's messiah, but code makes them sick. Syntax bandits on a cowboy spree. Digital anarchy, no sanity to see. Living code lies, buried in syntax sin. Hiding from the buried in syntax sin. Hiding from the code base. 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 Fingers on the keys, tapping trash, call it coding. Memory leaks drowning like a techno log. Worlds converging now, logic synced in time. Heroes in the lines, butter on the climb. Debugger standing tall against the biggest foe. In the mirror of the screen, victory starts to glow. Write it strong, write it right. Battle bugs in darkest night. Fight the error, find the flaw. Courage through the final draw.
I'm just trying to figure out. Hang on. I'm trying to figure out something. The way that I set up your top-down automata. I didn't do it right. It was. I painted myself into a bad corner. It was actually worse than what I had before, if you can believe it. So I really need to think this out really, really hard. I can't put my finger on it yet. I just got to think this out. Such a boring stream. So boring, but I'm just trying to document everything. So I'm trying to figure out like what the in my head I know what the problem is, but I can't articulate it, so I'm just trying to work it out. That's why earlier you were seeing the undo, the Control Z. It was really bad. The stack. I'm trying to think of a good way to explain it. I can't. My brain is just fried. What the heck is wrong with this?
Broken code and debug lies, lines that fail and
It's gonna take me a minute to think this out.
messy scripts, tangled threads, frustration.
Is it to do with menus choices? No, it's not to do with that. Well, frick. What's the best game with Yoshi in it? It's a good question, Moldy. My brain is fried too. It's just new. Yeah, LS. I know, man. Good time I read my question. Yeah. Again, one more time. Happy New Year's, everyone. Happy New Year's. I hope you're all having a great happy New Year's, I guess. Great New Year's. I'm sorry for the boring stream. It's just I have to get through a lot of code cleanup for the game in order to get to the fun stuff. And I'm trying to document what I do. When I record this, it goes into the YouTube live streams and it stays there. YouTube keeps it for a long time. So I'm just trying to make sure that I have everything, recorded. So it's stupid, I get it. It's not fun to watch this, but I don't want people to think that like I'm doing something like I'm using AI or something behind the scenes to crunch through stuff. Like I'm really trying really hard to set an example here. Anyways, that's all. Are you getting a Switch 2? I'm not sure. I haven't heard. I've only heard that there's rumors of a Switch 2. I don't know anything about it. I haven't seen anything about it, so yeah. You're enjoying this nice and chill background. I'm glad, man. I feel really bad. This is terrible for content. Like, as a content creator, you know, you want the eyeballs, right? You want the views. And when people jump on, like right now I have 4 views on Twitch. I mean, part of it might be because it's New Year's, and so people are doing their thing, right? I get it. It's terrible for content, but I'm not in it just for the content and the eyeballs. I'm in it for, like, I want to document the process. Yeah, it's morning here. You never usually stream. Less people around. It's true, there are less people around, yeah. It's quiet around here. Yeah, so okay. I think my issue, let me just take a minute and just kind of like think this out. Usually have JP streams on. Nice. Yeah. I think the problem that I've come across with the stack version of scenes is that I've actually implemented partial stacks already. And I'm getting things very confused between the partial stacks that I've already created for scenes and a full-on stack system, last in first out with push and pop. And there's just enough crossover to make this annoying as hell to figure out. So what I'm trying to do is, so essentially what I've done is like, okay, well, if it's causing me this many problems, go back to what was working. This is working. And that is before I did the stack, right? So I can do like the battle, I can do everything. Okay, so that's great. So now I need to kind of like move all my scene management stuff to a stack, last in, first out. And what I need to do is just kind of think through. I've created enough scenes where I can determine like general patterns for what the scenes are going to do. And those patterns are going to help me to structure a stack system better than what I did last time, which was it started out good, but it ended up terrible, if that makes sense. So I just got to think this out, and it just takes a lot of brain power to figure out how I'm going to manipulate what I already have into what I need to have. Because last time it started off great, and then it all of a sudden I'm like, whoa, this is it's not going to work. What is the scene here? Well, here, I'll snooze the ads. So technically speaking, a scene is nothing but a series of events which are a mixture of forced things that happen in the game and dynamic things that happen as a result of players' choices. And it can be a combination of any of those things. At first, I thought the battle mechanics, for example, were going to be its own separate thing aside from a scene. But it turns out that a scene is really a battle mechanic, because a scene is just move things from one place to another. And then on some occasions, much like, say, a shop, you're going to want to have user input. So what I think what's ended up happening is I have put myself in a bad position where I'm naming something called scenes that is really a state machine, because the state machine covers all of these aspects. It covers a battle, it covers a shop, it covers crap, I keep doing this. It covers the blackjack table. That's a scene, right? But it's just a state machine. So the terms are mixed up, but even if we just remove the terms, it's okay. I'm not worried about the terms. What I am worried about is that I have set up the scene structure so that it essentially functions as a state machine. So when I bring in the top-down automata, which is last in, first out, I'm trying to implement a state machine over top of a state machine. And there's just enough missing where it's like it's just breaking the entire structure, breaking my brain from tackling it. So that's what I'm trying to get around. This is one of the 3 domains I spoke about. Yeah, it's a different it's the same but different. Hey, Multi. My efforts to spark a war between you and Frog failed. He said he will only battle you with compliments. He appreciates that you're trying to be cool and you're using good language now instead of the shit. Yeah. Frog and I have talked before in the past, in the recent past, about Odin. So yeah, you're barking up the wrong tree now, Moldy. You have overall mode, sub mode, and then we talked about push down automata for the battles. Yes. Here's the thing, though. Laugh. I haven't slept. I'm trying to come up with a way to describe why I'm having trouble. Just bear with me for a minute. Just bear with me, please. Let me just try and come up with some kind of explanation. Why is the mode so different? So to your, I'm not looking at, I'm sorry, Laugh, if you're typing something in chat. I'm just trying to stay focused so I can attempt to make an explanation out of this. Take your time. Okay. All right. Okay. Let me think about this. Hey, Chief, on TikTok. How's it going, man? I haven't slept yet, so hey, man. This is annoying AF. What the heck is bothering me about this? There's something bothering me about this whole structure, and there's a bunch of repetitive code. I know how to fix some of this. Frick. What is it? What is it? What's bothering me? This is so frustrating. Hop in a voice chat. Sure. Let me do. Here, I'll stop the music. I'll do this. I'll go over to. I'll go over to Discord. One, yeah. Speaker streaming, yeah, and then. Okay, yeah, you're already on stream room. Perfect. This is gonna be a little weird because of the delays and stuff, so I'm sorry in advance, Laugh. But we'll try here. Okay. You should be able to hear me.
Yeah.
And then,
Well,
hang on one sec. I can't hear you, but I know exactly why.
all right.
Just talk a little bit one more time.
Hello.
Oh, crap.
How are we doing?
Hang on. I know what's going on. Just wait. One second. If I do this, crap, that's not the right thing. If I go over here. Okay, try talking one more time.
Yo, I did check the stream. I could hear myself on the stream.
Yeah, okay, perfect. It's just me. I couldn't hear you on my end.
Yeah.
So there will be a little bit of a delay on my side, but yeah.
All right. If you're really tired, by the way, maybe you should stop for a bit. You know?
Nope. Keep going.
Okay, so I know you got this shiny new pattern and stuff. Like, I'm just wondering if you're trying to apply it to too many things because you're like, "Oh, this is cool. Let's try this." Um, that's my first sort of little comment.
Okay,
Um,
so I can
well,
dispel that.
okay.
Um, um, uh, yeah, just okay. Just bear with me. Just bear with me.
Hmm.
Oh, okay, okay. I can dispel that because what I can say is I attempted to do the stack based state management system,
Hmm.
and then I got stuck in a corner, and then I completely removed it. That's why you were watching the status bar go crazy, because I was just control
Yeah,
Zing all the way back to the way it was working before the stack base, right?
yeah.
So that's gone now. So now what I'm trying to do is figure out why I had so many problems with it, sort through it in pseudocode, and then reapply it in a way that actually makes sense.
I see. One thing I forgot to mention before when I explained it was for the choices. Like, for example, if you've got a choice that's just a yes/no thing, or a conversation dialog box, something like that. I actually have a little bit above the switch statement. Like maybe you can put another switch statement there, but it doesn't go into the switch statement stuff if there's something like that waiting, because it deals with that separately. And then when the choice is being made, that's stored somewhere, and then it'll go into it closes the choice menu, and then the state will then consume that value. Do you know what I mean? So, because otherwise the actual state code block itself will be kind of difficult to implement, and it'll get messy. So you're kind of hoisting that out of there and putting it above so it gets dealt with, because you got to remember this is going to happen like every tick, isn't it? So you don't want the code executing every single tick there. Um, it just it, so for a yes no, then the enum you'd have to use an enum and not a boolean, because you'd have like an undecided, a yes and a no. And if it's undecided, then it'll run like the little choice block. And then when it's being set, then we don't execute that code. That was why I was asking if it was to do with choices and stuff, because I can see it a lot of get current choice stuff. Like maybe that was something you were just looking at and thinking there's a lot of repeated stuff here. You were just saying that, right?
Um, yes. So here's two functions, for example, that I don't need to repeat for every state. Only for some states I might want some special one-off cases, but I essentially want I want to know what choice is enabled for this state in this scene. So like up here, I have a bunch of choices for battle and so on, and I want to know which ones are enabled, and then like what a choice would be confirm or exit, right? And so I need to know that it's enabled, and I need to know what string to represent it as on the rendering mechanism. That I
Okay.
can extract.
Yeah, well, that's
Um,
pretty easy because you just hoist that out and put it at the top of the thing, and then you just refer to the variable. It'd just be like a local inside
mm-hmm.
the outer switch thing you've got there. So you've got case MPC scene underscore MPC states. Just stick it in there. You do it once, and then you can just refer to the value. So that's some of it eliminated. That's the really obvious one I
Mm-hmm.
can see just looking at all your things. You've got that pretty much everywhere. Like you don't have to keep calling the function.
Yes. Yes, that is an obvious one. Um, 1 second. Puka, I think it's Puka on Twitch. Happy New Year. Thanks for popping in. And Ghost Magic, hey, good to see you. Happy New Year. Yeah, I'm not worried so much about the exactly what you talked about.
Yeah.
That makes total sense to me.
Yeah,
It's
well, I'm
the
just kind of probing because you're saying you're struggling to explain it. I'm just asking questions, so maybe you come up with
yeah,
something.
yeah. I think what it comes down to is it's something along the lines of I'm not abstracting. No, I'm um, not creating enough states in the stack to represent what's actually happening in the scene.
Right. So, a scene here, like what exactly is a scene in your sort of hierarchy uh of state flow? So for example, we've got, remember the 3 domains I talked about? So you've got like the world and the title screen and stuff. That's your outermost domain. And then each of those is its own domain. So we're currently talking about the world, right? So that's the middle level. Now, are you talking about things that happen within the world? So a scene is like a battle or a conversation or sailing around. Are those scenes? Is a battle a scene? Because typically in game code, a scene means like a level, a map. Or it could refer to that some kind of like rendering scene. Sorry, it was a delay.
Yeah. There's a delay for sure. I apologize. So the scene terminology in terms of like the taxonomy of like what it means, it's not fully accurate, which is part of the problem here. I'm trying to discern what the distinction is between a scene and other things.
Right.
So
Could you
at this
put
current moment,
sorry, it's the delay. I was just going to say, could you put the scene states enum on the screen on the left tab, the left window, so we can see what it is and what it actually means.
Let's have a look at. Well, let's look at shop. Shop works really well right now. So here's the scene, right? And when you go here, I'll show you what the shop looks like.
Right. Okay, so it looks like that the scene is sort of the middle level in the hierarchy.
Yeah, you need to have a world to have a scene, or you need to have a map to have a scene.
Okay, but then these options here are all things within that. So this enum's actually referring to the innermost domain, the third one. So that this would be equivalent to like battle phases.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so for the, I don't think you might not need to do this for the shop itself. I mean, I probably would on my own code, but I understand the pattern a bit better and I've got to grips with it a bit more. So, I mean, the shop's pretty damn simple, right? Like, you can you have a little thing that says, "Hi, I want to buy or sell or quit," and then you can go into a thing and then you can pick your items that you want to buy or sell. Like, that's pretty much it, and it's pretty static. So you can keep the enum thing for that. That's perfectly fine. I don't think you really need the pattern for that, because the you got to remember that the main advantages for the pattern is the flexibility you get for composing the order of events and things, and then also that the behavioral location of code. I forgot what that term is. Keeping things sort of easier to parse and stuff. So for that particular one, I wouldn't really bother with it. You don't need to. And then but if you were to do it for each of these, what you're calling scenes, like you've got a dockyard one there, so that'd be like its own menu with a bunch of stuff in it, I suppose. I'm not really sure what that does, but it'd be similar to the shop or a battle, right? You just keep a different stack for each of those things, and they're all just managed separately. Like, I suppose one thing that might help you sort of pseudocode this out is if you just write function prototypes, like you don't put any bodies in, just make a function for each one. You can rip the body out and put it in your switch case later because the functions are pretty much unnecessary. But just having all the functions laid out for you to just look at and say, this is going to do this, then this one does this. That might help you prototype it out a little bit better, rather than writing out exactly what everything's doing in a big comment, you know? So, but you could do it in another C file, or just a new file if you want. Like I do that quite often, and then when it comes to actually implementing it, you can fill out those functions if you want, and then just rip the bodies out and put them into the thing. And then it also allows you to see what values are needed across the different things as well, so you can condense that down and say, right, these all need this, so I'm going to pop that above the switch statements and stuff. That might help you organize it. But I really don't think you need the push down for these. But for the battle, it's really good for the battle because that's going to be a really messy bit of development. You're going to be changing your mind how the battle works and stuff, and rewriting things. So if you've got all these little bits set up already, some of them you want to keep and you can reuse them, and you won't have to you won't have to rewrite a bunch of if statements dictating which is the next state that you go to and things like that, because it's just a push and a pop, and you can just copy paste that or just remove it if you want. The logic's really easy. But for the menus and stuff, like the shop, I don't think you really need it for the shop.
The shop is fine. Like, even blackjack.
Yeah, right. Because the blackjack
okay.
is just the state updates, and then you go back to where you were, right? Back to, do you want to hit or hold? Like this, that's all that happens in that. So there's no need for it there.
Okay, so I think maybe the actual issue is the way that I ask for scene and state data on the front end.
Right.
Let me just go look up here.
See, this is where it gets a bit messy for me, because I don't truly understand how these two things connect.
Right. So if
weird browser stuff.
If you look over, let me just go. Let me find the right place here. Okay, here. So here's what I do. On every tick on the front end,
Mm-hmm.
not the back end,
Yeah.
I ask the back end if there's an update. So, for example, if a battle has been initiated, if
Yeah.
the player has entered the shop, things like this, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the front end will do its own tick, and then it will ask the back end, "Hey, do I need to do anything?" And if the back end has detected a change, so the WASM on the C side will do a thing called should redraw everything, which I can break down into smaller pieces. But for right now, it just tells that thing, that function should redraw everything, is what the front end checks to see if the front end needs to re-render tiles or things like that. So if it detects that, it's going to go and ask for the game mode. If it's in a scene, then it will ask for the scene name and the state of the scene, and then it will do things like display the choices and all that stuff that you see in the shop and everything.
Right.
So I think my issue might be that I've structured the entire scene system along with the front end to read the scene structure in a particular way that is not conducive to
Yeah.
what we want to do on the battle, and I have to do like this one-off on the battle.
Yeah. So that seems a bit. This seems a bit upside down because you've got so that function called render. The big function that you're currently in on the screen. That is render some JavaScript DOM particular function you have to like. Is that a callback?
It
Like,
is.
does it
So
have? Yeah.
the
Okay.
browser has a built-in mechanism to do like a frame per second management system. It gives you an animation system built in. It's like a nice thing that the browser gives you. And when
Yeah.
you ask for an animation frame, it will automatically like throttle it so that you get like a particular type of FPS. And then I call render for every tick, which is really a frame.
Right. Okay. So, but there is an update function above it. Is that another callback from the
Update.
browser?
Let's.
Because there's a really fundamental game programming pattern that I've never seen any game not use, and it doesn't look like you're doing it.
Okay, so it's this thing. It updates the only update if enough time has passed. So it's essentially doing a delta on the time in order to throttle FPS.
Yeah. And then you deduct it from the thing. Yeah, that's okay. So that's a fixed tick rate, basically. That's really good. That's a really good way to do stuff. But all the state updating stuff should be happening in update and not in render. Because the update function there's like nothing happening in it. It's pretty much empty other than that if statement. Like this is how we usually do. Because at the moment, the rendering is driving the logic. That seems a bit upside down.
Okay, help me out here. Why is it upside down?
Okay, so can I link you to that book again? He has a whole chapter on this bloody pattern. I've never seen a game that isn't programmed in this way. And it's for separation concerns reasons, and you can actually do some optimizations with it as well, which I don't think it applies so much because you're using a web browser. But just structuring the code in this way is really helpful. So I'll just pop it into your Twitch chat. So if anyone else wants to see it.
Okay. And I'll copy it.
So the two core bits is just like update and draw or render, you're calling it. You can have the other parts to it, like you might have an init or a load beforehand, and that only happens once. You might have a quit thing, stuff that happens when you quit. But the main bit is just update and draw. Now that while loop, I believe has already been done for you, because that's got to come from the browser somewhere, I think, or it'd be in your JavaScript. I don't know. Don't know how JS is set up, but basically, you're just doing update then draw over and over and over, and you've already got the frame rate, the fixed tick rate thing. That's fantastic. But that little drawing there with the loop, that is basically how it works. But
It's annoying. I apologize.
yeah, it's all right. There you go. That's your game loop right there. So you can. I don't always do the process input as a function. Like I just do it in the update before I call like the top level scene game state thing. Just do it in there. I don't think you really need to worry about that too much. You've clearly already got input working, so whatever. But then separating the update and the render into their own separate little pathways, like it helps to isolate things. You know, separation concerns and all that malarkey.
Yeah.
Because at the moment it seems that what you've got is a bit intertwined, and I think maybe that's where some of your frustration's coming from. Because you got that big render function, and then you just explained that like the rendering probes into the game state stuff to ask if it needs to be re-rendered, whereas the game should be ticking all the time, and then it just you just set like a boolean or something that tells whether the renderer needs to re-render, rather than control being passed to it from the renderer, and then the renderer decides what it does from like it's kind of weird.
It's meant to be a separation of concerns.
Right.
Like you want to have. Hang on one second. Yeah. So what you want to do is you want to have the ability for your rendering engine to run a separate cycle than the game state engine, and the reason for that, if you can imagine a scenario where, well, even in the battle system. So in the battle system, you'd have something like when a ship attacks, you want to animate the cannons. The WebAssembly doesn't care about that. So the tick in the WebAssembly is separate from the tick in the rendering engine. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, that's what this whole thing's for. Because in a desktop game, if you're doing like a big 3D thing, for example, what you do is you use a fixed tick rate for the updates, or you should be. There's another way to do it, which I really don't recommend in this day and age. So that'll run at like 60 hertz or whatever. Then the renderer that runs every time that while loop processes, like every single time. In a modern 3D game, what you should be doing is having the previous state of where all the meshes and things were, and then the current state, and in the render function you just interpolate from one to the other, and then by time that's finished, the next tick occurs, and then the current becomes the previous, and then you assign to a new current, and then you interpolate it from there. So the render function, whereas the update function is running at a fixed frame rate, 60 hertz or whatever, the renderer that if you've got a 144 hertz refresh rate, that'll run 144 times a second.
Yeah.
That's part of the whole point of this thing. But it seems a bit odd
Man.
that the renderer reaches in and asks for the update like that.
So, like, I guess the point would be like, what if you weren't rendering this on the browser? What if you were rendering this on, like, what if you decided to render this on something else? Your
Right.
game
Well,
state is still
yeah.
going to have some determination on whether the front end renderer should update
Right.
itself or not.
Okay, so I'll explain how I do it in my code, right? So in the update,
Okay.
I'll have a bunch of entities or actors, right? They got sprites and all this crap. I query the input for the player.
Yeah.
Move the player around. Then all the AI happens for the enemies, and I move those around and set the positions and whatnot. Okay. At no point do they touch any rendering stuff, other than perhaps saying, right, he's now in this state, so he's the player's crouching, so we're going to change his sprite ID or whatever. Okay. Then in the renderer, we have a completely separate loop that goes over, again, iterates all the actors or the various lists of actors that you have, and that then pushes the quads out to the graphics card. So you keep that entirely separate. And part of the reason for that is efficiency, because you don't want to be pulling in all like the sprite quad data and stuff during the logic updates, because that's entirely unnecessary. You're going to fill the cache full of nonsense. So it helps to separate them there. But it also is a complete separation of concerns, because now you're rendering everything after all the states being confirmed and not before. Because if you do the rendering, if you pass off the quads to the graphics card during the update, some things are going to change, because you might find out that something collided with something and took damage, so now it might need to blink or be moved or change the color or something like that. So you do it afterwards, and it prevents a bunch of unnecessary duplicate work too. So yeah, so you got a chat, so you might want
to. Hey Justin on YouTube, good to see you, man.
Yeah, so I mean that's how I would do it. And then, for example, you know the Pokemon clone I showed you. For something like, if you talk to an NPC and a dialog box pops up, right? So inside the update function, what I had was at the top it says, if dialog open, then do this, else do all the walking around code. And so, and in fact, I think I put the dialogue stuff above everything else just to make sure that it always interrupts everything else. So if there's a dialogue box open, nothing happens except the partial showing of the text for the characters appearing, and animating the scrolling, and you press A to get to the next line or whatever. Like that takes precedence over everything else if that's there. So that's maybe one way you could handle like your menus and stuff. And then inside the draw function, you do the same thing. You say, if there's a dialog box open, then we're showing the dialog box. You still probably need to show all your map and stuff under there, but it's a bit different in your case because the DOM is like, it's just sitting there, isn't it? You don't have to continuously tell it to redraw like you do in a desktop game.
It's ready to go. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's probably where you've got this kind of strange thing, because you do actually need to tell the browser it needs to redraw something. So yeah, that's a bit tricky. But that that could be as
It's
simple as that 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 could be as simple as um there being a boolean that you just set anywhere um in your logic that says um something is moved or should. Well, I mean, you've got should redraw everything. I can see it on the screen right now. Okay, so that's fine, but
yeah.
um but then you just want to hoist all this stuff, or like the running of your WASM and things, put that back into the into the update loop, and then maybe have like an entire different function for your render thing that's called, and so that's how you do it. So then that would go and basically just recreate your entire DOM from the ground up, because it's really small, and that's what you do when you scroll the map, right? Because you've got the viewport that shows a square area of the map, so the entire thing's got to be redrawn anyway. It's just a bit odd in that it's different to a traditional game that you don't need to upload to the graphics card every frame. In fact, it's not that odd, because what I would do in a 2D game like this is draw it to a canvas, a frame buffer object, and then unless the tick function's being called, with your fixed tick rate thing, unless that's actually been called, I just present the same canvas over and over again, the same frame buffer object, because I actually quite like having the graphic representation tied to the frame rate. If you're doing fancy modern stuff, then you might not want to do that. But doing it this way lets you have any frame rate you want. You can be running the game at 120 frames, but it'd still be drawn at 60 tied to the game logic. It's the exact same thing as what you're doing, really. So
I think it is. Yeah.
yeah.
It is.
Yep. So maybe instead of having this weird thing where you keep the DOM thing, you just have a render function that just resets everything anyway. I don't know if there's a really quick way to clear the DOM or anything, because there's no actual information contained in these in the divs and stuff, is there? They're just basically sprites.
The only thing that's contained in them is world coordinates, which are used to capture, like to extract the value of whatever is in that coordinate for a given layer. So if it's the NPC layer and you pass in a world coordinate, you're going to get the NPC value, or you're going to get a non-value, which means there's nothing there, for example.
I can't see a reason why you wouldn't keep that data in the WASM side. Because the way I'm envisioning this working is the browser is just it's just a renderer. So all it's doing is displaying stuff. You want as little information contained in there as possible, and the only time that you need anything fancier really is for moving the cannonballs or the particles around or whatever, because it's a bit seems a bit trickier. I'm not exactly sure how that would work.
Well, I don't think I follow you on that particular thing, because that is literally what I'm doing here. For example, if I go over to right here, here's the background layer. Or let's take a better one, layer 1, which renders this little island that's kind of in this, almost in the center of the screen. And all I'm doing is I'm asking the back end. That's what the WASM call is here. What is the viewport value at these world coordinates? And WASM tells us it's 33, 34, 35, 36, whatever it is. And then we just choose what we want to render.
Right.
And the reason why I like this is because it means that the values 33, 34, 35, 36 could be represented with other assets from other rendering mechanisms outside of the browser. If you wanted to use Qt, or you wanted to do this in text mode, or whatever it is, all you're worried about is ask what's at this world coordinate, get the layer value, which is 33, 34, 35, 36, blah, 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 and then you choose what gets rendered for
Okay.
that value at that coordinate.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That seems pretty sensible, right? So then you just so that's how you get the viewport area, because you just offset the map by the camera XY or something like that and add that to the index. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, that makes sense. That's fine. Okay,
Yep.
that's how the render function should be working. But can I see the top of the render function again, please?
Yeah. Let me just go up to the very top here. Here it is.
Right. Okay, so it's that the very top looks okay. So I'm not sure what if WASM is, but I'll just take it you need that. So then you get the game mode. Then you go in.
Yep. So in player menu, for example, here's what in player menu is. I'll show you exactly what it is. Right here. It's like the start menu.
Yeah. Okay, so this is kind of like your
In
switch
scene
statement
means
for your
battle, shop, etc. Yeah.
yeah. Okay, and that should render tiles. That's saying that's basically an optimization that you're doing, so that it doesn't clear out the viewport DOM and recreate it, right?
Correct.
Okay. See, I'd have called that re-render, because it's just a bit weird that the default, because you're doing web stuff, is that it stays there, whereas in a GPU it'd be like double buffered and you'd have to resend everything. So it'd be like, should it re-render it? Is really what it's saying.
Right. And in some cases, I'll just quickly skip ahead to where here. So the ocean battle, it should, because the ocean battle requires that we update the tiles to show the ships that are part of the battle. So we do set it to true here.
Here's an interesting thing. This is just an aside. Like, presumably at some point you want the water tiles to animate.
Yeah.
Like, let's just say it's a really simple one where they just like pan to the side or whatever. How are you gonna do that?
Yeah. I'm going to have to deal with that on the rendering side, not on the WASM side. The WASM side doesn't care.
Of course.
So if I'm going to do that, then what I would do is I would run a separate line of logic somewhere along here that's separate from like the game mode. It would be running with a request animation frame, or whatever animation system is set up with whatever rendering mechanism I have, whether it's a browser or not. And it would increment the tile animations for the background layer specifically.
Yeah.
it would do something here. So very specifically, it would run this like all the time.
Yeah.
So I would
Yep.
basically like remove this background layer portion and take it out of here and run it in its own like now this is strictly
No.
run by the rendering mechanism, whether it's browser or something else.
I'll tell you how I do it. Inside your update, you can just do this in the JS update because again, the WASM doesn't need to know anything about it. Just have a an integer or whatever that ticks up. Let's say there's like 4 frames of animation, right? So you're doing +1 mod 4, okay, and then you're gonna have 4 different tiles in your atlas with the 4 different water frames, and then all you do, you keep the code that selects which tiles to render and stuff exactly where it is. You add that integer that you set in the update, and then you just apply that offset to the water tile thing and the big if statement thing you've got underneath that selects the water tiles. That could be an array, by the way. That's how I do it. Really simple. Which means that you'd be running this. This is why I asked. It means you'd be running the update, the viewport tiles or whatever it was called. You'd be doing that all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So that should render tiles thing is unnecessary, and it would be beneficial not to have it so that you know this is performing okay when it comes to doing that. Because your other options is like some kind of weird CSS effects where you just like pan the tiles or something like that. Because I would be doing all this stuff in a shader, but you're not allowing yourself that, are you?
Yeah, because I'm doing this in hard mode.
Yeah. So I would just do the integer thing and the update, send that integer to a shader, which then picks a different tile from the what's it called? A texture array. I'll be using texture arrays. But anyway, so the whole should render tiles thing, you can get rid of a level of indentation there, and then tiny little bit of stress testing just to make sure it all works. So that takes some complication out as well, because now you don't need to be doing should render tiles all the time. You don't need to be setting that and worrying about that. It's a thing of the past.
Okay, let me counter.
Yeah.
Can you think of a scenario where just freaking my brain is just hang on one sec. Can you think of a scenario where I don't want to re-render the tiles? Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay. Can I think of a scenario where you don't want to re-render the tiles? Yeah, but they're really ridiculous. Okay. One? No. That won't work. I can think of one, and it's ridiculous. It's when all the tiles are land tiles. Like, but you're gonna have like houses with smoke coming out and things like that as well. You're gonna be wanting to animate the little boats, having them bobbing up and down or something like that, or the sails flapping. Like, it seems kind of silly to only render every now and then. Other than the optimization I said before, where you just keep everything, if you tie the render rate to the update rate, which I'm not sure is a good idea for this particular game and how running a web game works. It's kind of strange. So you'd want the render function to just be a flat thing, not doing any of these weird things where you have to be like, should I render this time? Should I not? I don't know. It's kind of weird. It should just be grabbing the most up-to-date state and blitting it to the GPU or the DOM in your case.
Yep. Okay. So that would include, if I'm understanding you correctly, that would include both the like the animation of like water, but also things like the menu system. Like if I go and ask for the blackjack, or if I go and ask for the shop,
Well,
it would include that.
okay, so this is where it gets a little bit odd. Because if I was doing this in my games for the desktop and things, absolutely I redraw all the UI every single time, every single frame. We just redraw it all. But because you're doing this in with DOM elements, if you've got a menu open, I don't know if you want to keep the menu stuff alive between calls. I don't know what the performance of that is like. If it performs well enough,
Right.
then I would recommend doing it, because otherwise you're gonna have weird stuff where like, oh, keep these elements alive but get rid of the ones underneath because we need to redraw the map. You know, like this is where it'd be good if you were doing things with GL again, but you're not, so.
Yeah. This is how it works right now on DOM. So right now, what I have is a div element. Okay, so here's an example. Let's see this one. So I start with the shop, right? And then I have a div element that is a scene. It's a wrapper for the entire, for all possible states of any given scene, given if I have dialogue, if I have inventory items. So, for example, if
This is why you're calling them scenes. This is where the name come from.
Yes, because that's right. So I have to dump a scene into this. Here's why I do that, because I think knowing why I'm doing this on the browser specifically might help you to give me better advice.
I think.
Okay, well then, if you probably know, but maybe for the viewers.
Okay.
So the idea behind it is that you don't want to have garbage collection or DOM re-rendering or any kind of restructuring of the DOM in any way, shape, or form as much as possible. If you have to remove an element and then add the element back, what you're telling the browser is that it has to restructure the entire DOM structure and re-render it. And because the principle of the entire project is the most minimal, most performant amount of things we can do, even though it's difficult, can we still just with enough discipline manage things like, let's say, quote unquote, garbage collecting div elements, having them constantly on screen, always on screen, dumping a scene on top of it so that we don't have to remove the div elements and tell the browser to re-render. That kind of, my brain is a little bit fried, I'm sorry, so I might not be actually explaining this correctly, but I think Primate Burden also, by the way, thank you for the follow. Okay, go ahead.
No, that makes sense to me. So yeah, so what you're gonna want to do is just high level pseudocode for render function, right? So you want the same. You only want to tick it. No, I'm not sure about that actually. So one thing you could experiment with is only ticking it if the update function was called. Okay, so that the updating of the boats and the tile map and shit, that's all tied to the tick rate.
Wait. Mm-hmm. You've already lost me. What do you mean by the update function?
Okay, so go to your JS. Okay, see that update function? Yeah. Update function delta time current time. Okay, so in there you're gonna have a function that calls a WASM update that updates all the state. Okay. Yeah. And then
probably WASM tick.
Yeah. Oh, actually, no. You've got a while loop above this. You've got a while loop above this that calls update and render, right? I'm pretty sure I saw that somewhere. Just above these two, maybe. Yeah, there you go.
No.
Okay, you're already doing it this way. You're already doing it this way. That's fantastic. That's so at the moment you're updating your render. They're currently tied together. So you just scroll past it again. There you
I'm
go.
sorry. My brain is like
606. 606. Okay. It's all right, man. So right now, what's happening there is you're only ticking if the delta time is greater than the interval. Like, and the delta time is actually like an accumulator. It's accumulated time, and then you're reducing it by the interval amount, and then you increase the frame. Okay, that's fantastic. That's one thing you've got dead right that most people get wrong. They use this thing called Euler integration, where you pass in delta time to the thing. I can see you passing in delta time, which might be useful in places, but an older, like outdated way of doing things is if something moves in your game, like say it moves 100 units a second, you have to multiply the 100 by delta time to get a per frame, a frame rate independent movement. But the way you're doing it, you don't need to do that, which is fantastic because you get all kinds of weird floating point errors. And if you ever played a live action game, like Super Mario or something, and it's got replays, and the replays can diverge, it's because they're not using a fixed tick rate, and they're getting floating point errors and all these weird things because the delta time fluctuates even on the same machine per updates, because the process is getting interrupted by the OS scheduler and all that kind of crap. Okay, so this is fantastic. So as it currently stands, the update and the rendering are in lockstep, okay? So then inside the render function now, you probably want to be updating the tile map every single call. Absolutely every single call. Because you're going to animate it eventually anyway. So we got to do that. You're going to animate the sprites, so you got to do that. And then when it comes to these scenes, as you're calling them, those you probably want to have a should re-render scene or whatever, okay? And the WASM side should dictate that, and you probably need to reach into it with a function or something, because I assume the communication's one way, right? Like JS can reach into WASM and not vice versa.
Correct.
Is that correct? Yeah. So and then anything that that comes from the JS side, like the time from the browser for your seeding, pass it in. Just pass it into your update. Pass the current time in.
Okay.
Right, because some of you,
so
your core architecture is like upside down here, inside out. It's all right. It's just because you're not a game
dev.
dev.
Source of my frustration.
Well, yeah, probably. That's why I'm talking about it, because you were trying to explain what was going on, and you went here, and I was like, "Hang on, this doesn't look right." Because the update function's empty.
Right.
So all this should be doing is querying.
What should happen?
Yeah, well, the render function, all you should do is query the state and shove stuff in the DOM, reflecting it. If there's been a change to your scene, this is the change to the scene stuff with the which is actually UI. I don't know why you didn't call it that. If there's any changes to UI needed, then you update those in a slightly different manner. This is a little bit messy, but that's just the nature of the limitations you've come up with, the boundaries for the project. So there's nothing you can really do about that, other than actually re-render it every tick or whatever. But then, that should be that might be a bit wasteful. Because I imagine if you're going to have like an inventory or something, it's going to have like hundreds of divs in it.
Not necessarily. No, I don't have to do that. I can be smart about how many divs I render. So for example, if you look at, think about it like a website, right? Like, if you look at, I don't know, Amazon, like pagination, right? You could do pagination
Actually, you
there.
can say that.
And
Well, it's
as
the
long as
same
you have
thing
the
as
right
you've done with the
calls,
viewport. It's the same thing you've done with the viewport.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
So
I just
it can be okay.
yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't know the performance of this junk. So, um, if you're really sure that the reasoning you gave before is sound for the UI stuff, then you're gonna need a should update UI, which you'll just query at the top of your render function.
I
As if you think of it in those two
so it would
terms,
just be
right? It's simply you've got one big code pathway that goes and updates all the state, and then when it's done, it returns control back to that while loop, and then it goes into the render function that looks at the state and does what it needs to do.
yeah.
Big purple box. Um,
Okay. Um, I think what you've helped me to discern is that my source of frustration comes with my synchronization between what I need to render in a scene versus what I need to render in the game. And the game itself, like as a general state, uh needs to have like kind of its own animation state, like you said. Like the water in the background needs to animate, right? Instead of relying on a movement to be successful for from the WASM side in order to determine whether the I should animate the water tiles, which is what I'm doing right now. I should just animate the water tiles and not care about what WASM says. But then in some cases, like a scene, quote unquote, because it's a
yeah.
loose terminology,
Right.
like in a battle or in a shop, I might want to tell the rendering mechanism you have to specifically update a portion of your of the game to render this particular whatever it
Yeah.
is. Well, we're going to call it a scene for now, but it could be the shop, it could be the battle, it could be whatever.
Well, the way I'm sort of mapping that to my own experience is that the scene UI is basically a frame buffer object. It's just, if anyone doesn't know,
Mm.
is like a render target. You might have heard that terminology for it. If you play Gary's mod or Half-Life, they call it a render target. So it's just a buffer memory that you can it's like a texture you can draw to, and then you can draw that to the screen. So you're kind of treating them as those,
Right.
because I would do the exact same thing if I'm honest. But I even do this on on the outermost layer. But don't do that here. We've just been through all that.
Right.
So yeah, how exactly do you handle, like, when you've got the choice for yes and no in that shop or whatever? Is that using
Okay.
browser events? Like,
Here's what I'm doing. When I initially, okay, wait. Hang on, one second, one hot second. Let's say I go scene general shop. I go over here. I go over here, and then I go like this. Scene general shop. Okay, here we go. just bear with me for a second as I try to explain this as best as I can with a tired brain with no sleep. Okay. We initialize the scene.
Mm-hmm.
The scene is the general shop. We have to be able to tell the renderer when it asks for it, what should I show in the dialog box, and what is the initial scene state. And we set that up right around here. You don't have to read all of it, but essentially we do things like here's the string that you want to represent on however you want to represent it. Here's the raw text, the raw car. And we set the game mode to in scene, and then we initialize it. And then as an additional thing that we have to do for this specific thing, an NPC has an inventory that belongs to the shop. And so we initialize that inventory as part of that scene. So we set all that up. And then what happens is on the front end, if we go to scene general shop, I will show you. Scene shop. Okay, so here what we do is we ask, okay, what is this? What is the scene name? It's general shop. And what is the state name? And the initial state will be welcome. And then we determine, okay, do we have to show a dialogue like, hello, welcome to the shop, right? And so that's what this function is. And then we go, how many choices do we have? We iterate over the choices if there's more than 0, and then we get the string for each choice. That's what the machine name is. And so we go, if the choices confirm or buy or whatever it is, we have to have a text to represent that. So we ask WASM, what is that string? And then we literally inject the output of that character string into the DOM element on the browser. And then to specifically answer your question, how do we submit a choice? Like, I want to buy. Well, what we do is we just literally create an identifier on the WASM side. It's just an index to a choice. And we map that choice. You can see, let me see, the ID right here. It's kind of hidden. It's hard to see. But that T, that variable T mapped to the ID, we tell the element, this is the literal choice that WASM will understand as confirm, buy, exit, sell, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And so when you make that choice, as when you push the button on like your keyboard or whatever it is, we pass that right back into WASM. And then on the WASM side, we see right here, make choice. And we go, hey, did you pick buy? Oh, we'll send you over to the buy. Did you pick sell? We'll send you over to sell. Did you pick back? Well, then we'll put you right back into the game so you can walk around. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay, can you go back to the WASM, the JS stuff again? Sorry. This bloody delay. So I have to wait for the delay for you to hear it, and then for the delay for you to do it on the stream. It sucks. Can you scroll up a tiny bit, please? That kind of was what I was asking, but there was another part to it as well. Okay. Clear scene inputs. So, what's that do? Clear scene inputs.
Okay. Clear scene inputs. Let me do this. 1 sec.
That's a JS thing, right?
Yeah, it's a JS thing. It might call something in the WASM underneath, but we're going to find out right now. Why isn't this working? If I go like this. Okay, perfect. Okay. Clear some inputs. Let me go back. Function. Okay.
Do that
this
word,
is
Rap.
here, I'll zoom in on this. So this is a UI it's a UI function strictly for the DOM elements, where the UI elements track. Here, I'll show you.
Is this how you highlight the
So it
the
literally
currently selected
tracks.
option?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, this is where it
So I
gets
have
really
to
messy.
reset it because the assumption is, the assumption is like I have to start from scratch with a new scene, reset the highlights, reset the whole damn thing, right?
Right, because the keyboard input comes into JS. You get that from the browser somehow.
That's right. So
for the scenes, the state management stuff has actually no idea like what the current choice being highlighted or anything that is until you press confirm and then you or you cancel out of the menu.
Right here, exactly what you're saying.
Okay.
Right here. That is exactly. So we listen to the browser's key up event. Then we pass it also to WASM in case it wants to do something. But we also pass it into, if we're in the scene, we have to pass it into the browser's scene handling select function so that it knows that we've chosen something in order to also pass it back into WASM.
Right. So does that mean you can't? Oh no, you do. You do an F there. Okay. See,
it's tricky, isn't it? This is hard mode.
Yeah. No, yeah. The reason why it's the reason why it's tricky is because you're doing the browser stuff and it's having to communicate. Whereas with it in my game, I just in my code I just get the inputs from like SDL or whatever, or GLFW if you want to be that way inclined, and then I set up my own input stuff so I can bind keys and do if some enum was pushed rather than raw scan codes. Also, it's kind of weird that you're using key up, man, because that's when you release the button, right?
Yes, and the reason why I do that is key up determines exactly when you've accomplished what you wanted to do. You've released the key that you want to take effect. In the future, I'm going to want to listen to key down for things like gamepad events and whatnot. But for right now, I just need to know when did you finish pressing the button. And also, just real quick, Rust Compiler on Twitch. If you have an easy solution, by all means, feel free to type it in. Hit us up on Discord or whatever. If you think you can help out, we're willing to listen to you.
Yeah. I just saw key up and I just thought it was a bit odd. Okay,
so key down here. The problem with key down is that it you can hold the key down and continuously hit that button, but the WebAssembly state is not set up yet to understand that you're holding the key down. It's just going to run on every tick. It's going to think that you're executing the same key every time. So it's only weird this way right now because I haven't fixed it fully this way.
Yeah. I set up all that stuff in my own code. That's fine. So can I sort of steel man the thing to Mr. Rust compiler? So the problem is
Sure.
that he's got some state machines that are getting kind of messy. So I gave him some advice to use this pattern called push down automata, which is basically a state machine, but the back in memory, like for the current state, comes from a stack. So you can push and pop to the stack. So you can very easily go from one state to another and unwind it to get back to where you were originally. Or a state might pop multiple things off because it anticipates that they aren't going to be needed anymore, and then it can push other things back on. Okay, it's a really cool program pattern. It's really flexible, fantastic for the battles. So Spiro tried to apply that to some places that he doesn't really need to, and got confused by it. So I popped on to sort of help him out because he seemed a bit lost and he's got tired brain. And then we've gone looking through various bits of code while he was explaining the problem to me, and we've identified a few other areas which he's done some kind of odd stuff. So now he's sort of justifying the things that he's done whilst I'm explaining how a typical game developer would approach some of these issues. So for some of them, like the update and draw thing, you've definitely got to change that. There is some kind of oddity, weirdness kind of crap you're going to have to do because browser. And you're saying you can do it like DLF, W, or SDL. Keep an array of keys and have press and yeah. That's pretty much how I do it. Like so, but you need an extra thing to say whether it was pressed this frame or not. But yeah, that's pretty much what you do. Yeah. So he's well. Yeah, it is event-based, but in my own code, I then convert it from event-based to something else, so I can just do if in the code, because I really don't like input callbacks, because it strips out the logic for whatever happens with that particular input and puts it somewhere else in the code. So I much prefer to have a bunch of if statements for that kind of stuff. That's purely implementation detail. It's entirely subjective. But whatever. So, but the thing that is interesting here is what he's saying is that for the UI, I would in my own code I would not have that little if game mode triple equals goddammit JavaScript in scene choice select. I would not have that, and instead have the WASM control what menu thing is highlighted. Now it might be a small optimization that you've applied here because you don't have to update the DOM as much, and I assume that doing some stuff in JavaScript like that has some browsery optimization-y things going on. But I would have the WASM. No, it doesn't.
No. I've thought about this. Okay.
Yeah.
Here's my reasoning. Again, please bear with me. I'm tired. WASM. Okay. Let's imagine that you have two versions of the game.
Yeah.
Let me try and show you. You've got this. You've got the general shop. You've got buy, sell, and exit. And so Laugh is saying right now, well, you could tell WASM. I've already gone down this road. That's why I'm trying to explain this. You could tell WASM which one is selected. So every time you do like up or down on the selection of menu items, you can tell WASM which is the currently selected item, or like the currently highlighted item, the currently active one, whatever it is, even though it hasn't been confirmed as the user wants to use this item. So it's buy, sell, whatever. Here's the deal though. Because I want to decouple this, so that you can render this in anything, including text mode. You could do like a MUD, like the old school MUD. What that means is that WASM doesn't actually care all WASM cares about is the state of what you actually ended up selecting. It doesn't care what you've currently selected, whether you're rendering it properly, things like that. It doesn't give two shits about that. All it cares
Mhm.
about at the end of the day is here's what you should be showing, and it's up to you as the rendering mechanism to show it and to select it, and then to tell me what the user has selected, and that's
Yeah,
it. Does that make sense?
it does. That's not what I was suggesting. I was suggesting the complete inverse of this, where the WASM gets the inputs and moves the cursor, and the UI reads that the render thing reads that back and uses the current cursor location to decide which one has the grey box behind it. It's completely opposite. So the renderer knows nothing about the choices, it just knows it has to put a grey rectangle somewhere.
Okay, I've done exactly what you've said, and I would
Yeah.
still argue, I would still counter with you. Why does WASM care whether the renderer understands which selection
Right.
is the current selection? Why does WASM care?
Because it's logic and not rendering. It's
But
so
it doesn't matter to WASM.
I know. I'm not arguing that you actually do this, by the way. I'm just saying that
Okay.
if you're doing a desktop game, this would be literally the only way to do it. Because, you're just
Would it
moving
though?
a cursor.
Because you could
Moving a
run the
cursor.
WASM as a separate thing and then plug it into
No one
the
runs
rendering
WASM
mechanism
on
for
the
the desktop, couldn't
desktop.
you?
You have fucking native code. And you pass some things off to OpenGL or Vulkan or whatever the hell you're using. It's just generating rectangles, man. It's just telling it where to put the rectangle. See, but this is where it's a little odd to me. But I understand. I understand the decoupling thing. What you're trying to do, and it does make some sense. It's that it said put a bunch of things on the screen, and you've got to choose one of them, and you just tell me what you've chosen. That's all I care about. That makes sense to me.
Yeah.
But it's not the way I would typically do things. In fact, it wouldn't be really possible to do that. That would be using some kind of weird thing where I get values from the shader back out. I render I render a pixel to a 1x1 frame buffer and read it out like some kind of pseudo compute shader. Bizarre.
Wait, wait. Maybe this is. I think I'm entering into ignorant territory. Is this not something you can do in I don't know, OpenGL or something, where like it shouldn't need to care about um the state manager of the game as a separate thing should need to care about what the renderer is doing. Like, it
Okay,
doesn't care what
I,
OpenGL is doing.
I'll tell you how you do like a menu with 2 items. Okay, how I would do it in Odin and how I've done it in other languages in the past. Okay, I have I don't know, like an array of options. It doesn't matter how many there are. I have an integer called cursor location, which it's just going to be 0, 1, 2, 3. When you press up or down, you increment or decrement it modulo the length of the array. Okay, that's all the logic for it. If you press the enter key, it checks the current index in the integer, and then it'll hand off to a function that it might do some state management stuff. And that the logic for moving the cursor is all handled there. That's all the logic you really need. You might have a little bit more if you're doing some fancy shit with animations and stuff. And then in the render function, all you do is you render the 3 lines of text at the correct place. Then you render the cursor next to it at the place of the topmost one, plus the height of an item times the cursor amount, which would be like if it's 16 by 16 text, it'd be 16, 32, 48, whatever. So, well, actually 0, 16, 32. So all that does is just read the cursor location and render the rectangle or the quad or the whatever in the correct place, and then you put the text in the right place. But those rectangles and things, that they're all sent off to the GPU every single frame. Like, that's how we do it traditionally. But what you've got is you've got some third executable thing going on. So there's like the WASM, which is the core of the game code. You've got a renderer, which is like the DOM or whatever. That's like your OpenGL that you don't send it commands, draw commands to. You just read the state, and okay, so that's kind of like your render function. And then you've got this other thing, which is JavaScript, that is sitting there and can execute stuff, and it's responsible for executing the general game loop. But you're also doing some other stuff in it, like you're handling the UI in it, which may or may not be a very sensible thing to do because of performance reasons. But that third thing doesn't really exist. Like, it's almost like another thread that's doing stuff. Which most games don't require anyway. Most games, like, unless you're doing some big 3D thing, you don't really need multi-threading. Unless you've got particular needs.
It's not really a separate thread. It's
Well, no, it's like it's cooperative threading, like a Lua thread. You know, that it's not concurrent, but it's still somewhere outside the rest of the logic of the code that can do its own stuff, you know? Which is absolutely needed for your rendering stuff, because WASM can't go, here, Dom, stick this in. Like,
I mean, like, it can do that if I really want to, but the problem is that then I'm really, really tied to DOM rendering within WASM, and I want it to be decoupled so that WASM is literally just game state. It should care as little as possible about what is actually rendered.
Right. So if that's the case, shouldn't the JavaScript side care as little as it can about the game state and be only concerned with rendering? Just plain devil's advocate. Right. Wouldn't that be an entailment of that, of like,
and some good wouldn't okay, let me think about this. And Chad is bringing up some good points too. Wouldn't JavaScript care as little as possible the WASM state?
I don't think I should have asked you this because I forgot you're really tired. It doesn't matter anyway, because
okay.
like
okay.
you're probably not going to do it. But I think what's happened is like,
so then
go on.
Okay, my what I'm trying to figure out is how to answer you, because in my head I'm thinking, well, wait, my UI does care as little as possible. It only cares about the options that are available in a scene, and it only cares about passing in what it captures as input movements, and that's about it. What more do you want from me?
Yeah, you
what
see,
less do you want from me?
Rust compiler, Mr. Rust compiler has just said, in my opinion, you should do all logic in pure C and shouldn't have to touch JavaScript at all or very little. That's the point of WASM. That's the angle that I'm sort of firing from here.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
So the minimal JavaScript would be looking at the game state, and then if you can tell the bloody WASM, if from WASM you can tell the DOM to do stuff, then why not do it all in C? Like, what was the problem with doing that? Because
because then I have to necessarily compile and ship a separate version of WASM that's just for browsers.
right.
I don't want to do that if I can avoid it. What I want to do is have WASM be a pure game state manager, and it does not care whether it's a browser, Qt, OpenGL, WebGL, whatever the hell it is. It does not care.
Okay. Did you see what ALS said?
Can you see to this page? Damn you, ALS! Get the hell out of my chat.
Okay. Okay. So then you could write a renderer in C that runs it on Windows or whatever as I guess your goal with that.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. So you could, for example, in your something that you would be familiar with, you could take the exact same WASM file and you could run it in Odin. You could run the exact same C code in Odin, and then you could just apply like ray labor or whatever Odin provides you as a rendering mechanism. But you do not have to touch the WASM stuff. It's all like there. It's just ready to go.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can't you make a second WASM blob? But I don't know how you can have two WASM programs interacting. Because do they share the memory or anything like that?
Like there's some cases where you can do it. I think Bun.js will do it, which is kind of like an alternative to Node. But I don't know if you could do that with Odin, for example. That might be difficult.
Well, it kind of. Well, no, because the second one would be for rendering. But that would be the goal there. But I don't think it's a good idea because it will go against some of your principles that you've outlined. You'd need like header files and all that kind of stuff for that.
It would.
Yeah.
It would. Yeah.
And you're adamant that header files are unnecessary, so. But you're right. But if you're writing in C, you might need them. So it's a bit of an odd one. That
I know.
Yeah. But they do suck. Let's not beat around the bush on that one. So
yeah.
But this whole thing, it's like what Mr. Rust compiler was saying, is that you could drive the menu creation, the menu stuff with the WASM, and then if it's just very similar to how the Talmat rendering works, is that the JS would reach into WASM and ask what it's supposed to be rendering in terms of UI, and then doing that. If you still want the optimization thing, which the more I think about it, the less it makes sense. Because like, what if I just flick up and down really fast on my keyboard? Like, what if you want to animate the UI with like a cursor that moves, or the grey box in the background fading transparent and stuff like this? What happens when it gets to polishing?
Right.
What if you want the cursor to not move instantly, but interpolate between options?
Yes. Thank you. Exactly. WASM shouldn't care.
Wait, WASM shouldn't care about that?
No. Why should it care about whether you you properly highlight a menu item in the general shop?
Hang on. Right. I'm starting to understand your mindset now. I understand how you see this. I get it. So
Yes. Why should
if
it
I
care?
was
Why should
right, if
WASM
I was
care? Because
right, remember
because
remember my little
hang
example?
on. Just one sec.
Okay, okay.
One sec. If you think about WASM as a standalone binary, which you can run pretty much anywhere, which is true, you can run as a separate thing pretty much
Yeah.
anywhere, including in embedded devices. If you think about it as a game state manager solely, why does it care whether your animation highlights something or doesn't highlight something? It's just a game state manager. Okay.
I see. Oh, I mean, for the menus and stuff, that doesn't matter. For the ships and things like that, it absolutely does. Especially when you've got your multiplayer stuff. Because if you press left to move left, okay, you now if this is how I do tile based movement. What you do is you check to see if that tile's occupied. If it's not, you mark it as occupied. You mark the tile that you're in as unoccupied, and you start moving frame by frame the sprite towards that tile. And during the time that it's moving,
that is exactly what I'm doing.
Yeah, during the time that it's moving, pressing left or right, well, doesn't actually do anything. In reality, it's a bit more complex because you buffer the input, so you get smooth movement and stuff like that. But that's generally how that works. So that kind of stuff absolutely matters for the gameplay. But I think you might be right for with the way that you're setting this up with the WASM dichotomy, where the browser is basically it's like making your own client for an MMO kind of thing, you know? It just sends the minimal amount of information that it needs across the network, and you can interpret and display that however you like. Yeah.
That's right.
But then yeah, so then I guess it is an implementation detail whether the choice is part of the bloody the WASM or not, because all it really has to do is validate the input. Like, you know, if you're in a menu to consume an item, you just got to make sure it has that item.
Yep. So why do you care what the current selected item is?
Okay, if you're coming at it from that angle, then it doesn't. But it's still very, very weird to me to have an extra thing doing that stuff, you know?
It is weird. It's unusual because it's not. It's I don't think games are commonly decoupled in this sense, but because of WASM and the fact that it can decouple it to this degree.
We can, so we should. Okay, so, but this little thing right here that we're talking about, this is the source of most of your troubles, I think. So, even though I'll concede on that last point, I think in general your strategy should be to minimize the communication between the two as much as possible, erring on the side of doing things in WASM where you can.
Okay. So then it comes right back to what I was talking about, which is I haven't yet come up with an answer why the stack push pop state system got me into such a bad place.
Right, well, I
Because
don't
it
know
should
because I
really
didn't
be
see.
like in concept. Yeah, yeah. In concept, it should be simple. You're um you're adding a state to the end of an array, and then you're dealing with the end of an array first, and then you pop it out, and then you deal with the next available thing. I mean, that sounds
Right.
simple, but for whatever reason, when I actually tried to implement it, it caused nothing but problems, and I had to go backwards and so I'm stuck back in like, why did it cause problems? Because I can't really articulate that.
Okay, so let's pick one. Pick one of the things that you want to do this for, because you've got multiple
A battle is
scenarios.
like probably the most prominent thing.
Okay.
I got to think about it again. Now I'm back to thinking about this. Why was it such a problem? Because it sounds not a problem up front.
Okay, so
Um,
you probably want the very first thing it comes into when you initialize a battle. It'll be in a init state, okay, and that's where you put all your initialization thing, because then you can just loop over the function that, well, every tick you'll be calling the battle function. So if you have an init one that gets put in there first, you can put all your init stuff in there, and you don't need to put an if or whatever around that. Okay, so you want an init one, and that will I don't know, that's going to read some stuff off, isn't it? There'll be some kind of init stuff you want to do. Okay, and then does the player go first? The player always goes first in these fights. Is how it works.
right now, yes, that's not always going to be the case, but yes, right now.
Okay. So and then the player moves all of his ships one after a time, moves and attacks. It takes a turn with each of the ships, and then the player's overall turn is over, right? Then the AI does the same for all of his ships, and that's a round of combat.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. So then after the init thing, you probably want to put Can you select a ship that goes first or anything like that, or do you just go through them in a set order? How's that work?
I go through them in a set order right now because it was just easy. Whatever order I initiated all the fleets, I just do that.
That's fine. That's fine, because the beauty of this pattern is you can change that super duper easy later on. Real easy. You just make another enum entry, write the state out for it, and then instead of pushing whatever we're going to use right now, you push that one after the init thing. Okay, so then what you do is you have your init one. Then you're going to push a state,
Here's the setup. Here's the init.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you got your init, and then we're going to go into a player turn state. That'll sit on the bottom of your stack, and that's going to execute at least once. Because what that is going to do is going to iterate through the current the ship that we're currently taking a turn for each time it comes into it. Okay, so the first time it'll come in and the index will be 0. Yeah, so it will increment the ship ID. Maybe it does some other stuff like in fact, this doesn't really need to be a state, but if you might need to do some other stuff there. Okay, and then it'll push the state for selecting actions for that ship. Okay, so that'll bring up like the menu that says move and stuff like that. Yeah, move and attack. Depending on what you click on that menu, if you click move, then you push the preparing to move state. Yeah, which that'll show all the. Can you remember when I explained it to you? You might want an extra one for doing the depth first search or whatever, but you can do that with an if you want. Because that might not be necessary. Okay, so now you're in the move state. If you press cancel, you pop that off, and now you're back to the menu state, right? Or if you press confirm, then it'll go to another one where the ship's moving and you can't really do anything, and the menu's hidden just while the ship moves. Play the little animation of the ship moving. When that's done, you pop twice, so you're now back to the menu, and you'll have grayed out the move text or whatever you want to do for show that that action's been consumed. And then you've got the other ones to do. That it's really simple. That's all you got to do. And just the virtue of just being able to push this and pop that, or pop. You don't need to specify what you're popping, do you? Like, it's just really easy, and you don't need all these like if statements and things for like, oh, if we were in this state previously, then we're going back to that one and all that kind of stuff. Like, there's a recorded history of how you got there. That's the advantage to it. And then there'll be times when you've got stuff later when you're doing polish where you can freely reuse some of these things as well. Like if you've got small delays or you're waiting for animations and stuff, you can reuse them, because if you don't do that, you're going to end up with either this enum is going to get ridiculously big, or you'll have a bunch of crazy if statements keeping track of where you were last and stuff. So just keep a history in array and just go back to it. It's way easier.
I agree. I'm trying to think of like why this was such a problem. And I'm thinking that it was such a problem because when the rendering mechanism tries to read what scene and state you're in, it's using a paradigm that's not what you're recommending. That's the best explanation I have for it right now.
What is it? Is it that it can't read off the value from the stack? Is that difficult to do?
I think that may be more an issue with the decoupled rendering. Maybe. It's crap. What? How would I explain this? Okay. I imagine right now that I have choices for the battle, which are, yes, they're explicitly defined here, which is like it's not efficient, right? Like I'm copying a lot of if else statements, but they're very explicit. So I can read an array, and at any given state in a scene, I understand exactly what's going in there. I can reach in there and do it. Whereas with the push pop state, there's a little bit more of a dynamic element to it, where depending on what's happened in the past and where I am currently, the entire stack might have a different set of states that are in it, and so it's a different paradigm of reading the state system.
Well, it not really, because it only really cares about the topmost one. So, for example, let's say we're talking about the menu that says move, attack, item, wait. Okay, like the unit menu. right? So in your JavaScript, you just go get current battle state, and the WASM looks at the top of the stack and passes back the value, which I assume is what it's supposed to do, right? That's what you would have done.
Yeah.
And then and then when you press OK here, oh god, because you've got this weird split thing. How are you passing this value in? Do you have a different
Right?
function for each? What? Hang on. Do you have a different function for each menu, or do you have a just a single place where you assign, I don't know, like an integer that represents which thing from which choice you picked? How does that interaction occur?
Okay. So what happens is I go into a state. In this case, it would be this state, player take turn. When I enter this state, I define that these are the choices that I have available to me. Confirm, move, fire, order. Confirm, move, fire, order. Right, like that.
Right.
Then what I do is I start with the initialization, which is you have to tell the WebAssembly file or the WebAssembly system that you are in this state and you're in this scene and you're in this state, and therefore you have to represent these choices. So we do that, and that's how the renderer, which is the DOM elements, know that they need to render confirm, move, fire, and order. Then we subsequently ask for things like, well, are these choices enabled? And what is the text that we should represent for these choices? So we need to know, like, what is the string that should come. Okay, so we do that. So we could get all the strings. Then we stop there and we wait. That's it. That we were allowed to ask these questions. Like, these are questions. This is an initial initialization, and these are questions that the renderer can ask about the current scene state. And then the scene state is responsible, like we just discussed, for highlighting the right selection. Like WebAssembly doesn't care. The renderer, in this case JavaScript DOM, goes whatever, and then it picks like 0, 1, 2, 3, right? And then when you hit the keyboard Z, which is input, then it literally calls this case. It calls the parent function, which is in this case scene ocean battle, I believe. It calls this function. It passes in the action. The action will literally be first check the state and then check the action. Since we're in the state of player take turn, wherever the heck it is, and I've lost it, then we check the action that's associated with it, and the action will tell us, let's go here, so the action here, make choice, will be, okay, which one do we pick? Confirm, move, fire, etc. And then we run subsequent actions based on that.
Right. That doesn't seem like it would interfere with the pattern. I'm struggling to see where you come up against a wall here. Was it that you were trying to apply to the pattern to that switch statement? Because that would be a bad idea. Because this is a linear sequence of events, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I think Arvis is right. I think the problem is with the decoupled rendering, because the way that I ask the rendering mechanism to tell me what I need to render for choices,
so
dialogue,
how I would
strings, etc.
How I would probably do this is I would just have when you press the button on there on the web stuff, you press it, I think you said it was Z. That'll call into WASM and set and say, I made a choice. The choice out of the number of choices, it was choice number 0, 1, 2, 3, right? And then the tick function. Can you make? Maybe it would need to you'd need to add one, so you've got like a sentry value, as you're calling it, as a sentinel value, sentry. So that it's set to that value until you've made a choice. And then in your thing, in your state handler, you're just waiting for that not to be the sentry value, and then when it is not the sentry value, then you act on it accordingly. Like it just needs to be, it can be as simple as that. Like you've got the init stuff all set. Maybe you need an extra sentry value for, say, like whether it's been initialized or not, in which case you skip the initialization block of code. So and then it's every time it comes in, it just looks to see if a choice has been made, and if it has, it acts accordingly. Which is kind of what you've got now. It just seems a little more complicated than it needs to be.
Okay,
I mean, doing it
here's
with
the
the
issue.
is fine as well. But
Let me.
I still can't see where the brick wall you've run into is.
Yeah. Okay. Let me try and throw this at you. Okay, right now, the choices that you have available on screen are dependent on the scene you're in and the state of the scene you're in. Which
Right.
means that when you do put posh, jeez, I'm so sorry. Push pop.
Put posh.
You put posh. Put posh. Shut up,
I
Iris.
put with a T.
You are also going. You're also going to need to include the available choices for the scene that you've pushed. And I think I'm failing to understand how you do that. Right now I understand it because it's easy. It like in a way, because it's just an FL statement. It's just like, here are the choices, right? But when I push a new state and I want to attach, these are the available choices for the state, and these are the strings that you want to represent for these choices, like, how am I supposed to do that?
Well, you see inside scene _ make _ choice, that case block. Yeah. So you just switch on the value of the selected option, right? Well, at the top, you don't want to pop there. Just switch there and do the push in there. That's it.
But no, but Rust is right. Like Rust in chat is right. This has to happen before I make a choice. I need to know what choices are available. That's why I have enabled and string. Enabled is of all the choices that are available in this scene.
For example,
which ones are enabled for this state?
Okay, so if you've made a movement and then you come back into this state, you want to grey out and say that this is no longer an option. Like that kind of data.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, then you just store that somewhere. This is why I told you about the more complicated union example. But if you're having this much trouble right now, don't do that. Don't do that. You just need somewhere in, like, have you got a struct that represents a battle you could keep it in? So you have like a bit in there for like current units, actions taken. You can do it with a bit set or a pair of booleans or whatever you want. You just need some
Right
kind of
about here.
context struct. Yeah, that's totally correct. Oh, you're doing your weird array indices thing, aren't you? So.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, I could expand this or do it differently, but like this is. I need to. So essentially, what I need to be able to do is I need to be able to tell if the rendering mechanism asks, what are my choices given the scene and the state? And then I can circle through them, right? I need to be able to say some of these are available, some of these are not, and
right.
then move forward.
No, Rust compiler. The rendering system does need to ask for stuff because I think the communication is one way. Like JS can ask the WASM thing. It can query it for
but WASM
data.
cannot ship to JS. Yeah.
That's where the problem's coming from. So what is happening? Just let me steelman this back. When you come into that menu state, you set up a bunch of variables, which is I'm just going to call them structs, like in lieu of your craziness. So you set up a bunch of structs, so that when the renderer comes in and says, "Hey, what options am I supposed to be displaying?" the function that gets called there looks at those structs and returns the appropriate things. Right? That's how it works. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and so a scene can have many different choices, but depending on the state of the scene, it can have a limited set of choices. So that's what enabled is for.
Right.
And then you also want to know what is the string, like what is the textual representation. Like I want to show confirm with a capital C, I want to show move with a capital M, blah 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 blah. And the renderer asks for that string, and then just literally just dumps that string onto the rendering mechanism.
Right, got it. So that's fine. So now your problem is how do I pass information between between invocations of the particular state, right? Like you've got contextual information for a state, right? So you've got a battle struct or whatever you're doing. Keep it in there, and then once the entire turn for that ship is done, and you fall back to the previous one when you pop that off for the last time, or whatever code advances to the next ship would reset the booleans or whatever you're doing to track it, and then it comes in. Yeah. So some of that contextual info, it could have like, has the menu been initted or whatever like that. You might want multiple little structs or whatever, or well, you're doing it with the enum thing, aren't you? So that's going to get pretty big. That is, that enum and the array where you're keeping stuff like. It's going to get pretty big because a battle system is a big, complicated, messy piece of crap. So it's there's no two ways around that. Like it's going to get a bit messy, but that's fine. It's just how programming is. Like everything tends towards spaghetti code, like with enough polish and refinement. But the key word there is towards. How far towards is totally up to you.
You would do this in similar logic like in ECS. Like Rust is, I think Rust on chat is advocating for an ECS, maybe if I understand him correctly.
I hope not. This would be so much more. This is a misapplication of ECS, if anything. Like you wouldn't want a component for each set of the battle where there's only that's craziness. Like I don't even agree on using ECS for rendering. Never mind this. But I didn't read his comment like that. I think he was just making an analogy or something. But
Contextual
then
info
again,
would
it's
be passed
without
to state constructor.
that sounds OOP brain. That don't like the word constructor.
I guess my issue would be when I pop. When I pop a state in the battle and I push a new state, I need to have contextual info about that state. And that's where I think
Okay.
that's probably where the real issue
Oh,
is. I
okay,
don't actually
so
have a problem with popping and pushing. It's just the stuff that comes with it.
right, but if everything's just communicating by a big struct that represents a battle, and they're all just mutating that, then what's the problem? Like, you're thinking of states as these entirely decoupled things, but they're not. They're coupled in the sense of that they're all part of one system, which is the battle system. So there should be a struct that contains all the battle variables. Or like, for example, which ship's turn it is, whose turn it is, whether it's the player or the AI. What else are you going to do? Whether the current ship has moved or attacked, that's going to be a thing. Where it's well, moved or used an action. Okay, that'd be more accurate. There might be other stuff in there as well, like what the current round is. You know?
Yeah. But that's part of the scene, though. Like, do you see that there's a difference? There's a distinction between the scene and the state. The scene might have a battle, like a turn order, but the state is going to be different based on the turn order. So the state might be it's now the player's turn versus the AI's turn, but the scene has just like a generic turn order. It doesn't care about whether it's the player's turn or the AI's turn.
Right. Well, the scene really is AI, isn't it? The UI. When you talk about scene, you're talking about the UI stuff, right? Okay.
Yeah.
And so the problem is what? That when you press I want to move, then you're struggling with what exactly?
I have to do a push pop of certain things, and
You
then
don't pop
add
anything.
contextual information about the state about which I'm entering it.
Well, okay. So in the battle system struct, you already know what ship you move in. Okay. So what's the word I'm looking for here? So by extension, you know everything about that ship because you can go and look it up. You know its movement radius, right? So you'll just push the state. They say, well, we're doing ship movement now, and it'll display all the squares where it can go. And you wait for the player to click on the right square or however you're doing it. So what information needs to be passed there? Because you already know what ship it is.
What ship it is. I already know the range. I mean, I kind of already have this, right? If I do this, I'm doing this already. This is fine. The problem becomes when I have to define things like who is the closest enemy that I can move towards to or attack or things like that. And also the other problem becomes there are certain actions that are not available to the ship. And I have to be able to exclude those options and that comes part of the push state.
Right. Okay, so let's do a really simple one. So now you have gone and moved the ship. All that's happened, and we go back to this one where we're showing the player's turn scene. This is what it looks like is with it. And what you want to not show the move string or grey it out or something like that, right? So
right.
so in your battle struct, you'd have has current ship move bool has underscore current ship move whatever, yeah. And then in the state where the ship is actually moved, like when they press OK on the square, and we begin to move the ship, even if it just teleports there, whatever, like you just set that boolean there, and then when we come, you might want to invalidate the scene DOM there so that it gets re-rendered. Yeah. So I don't know if you want a little utility function to do that or whatever. And then when the states are popped off and we come back to it, it just re-renders it, and that's that.
So I think this is where the problem is. Like Arvis is kind of hinting at this in chat. There's a distinction between I'm moving into a new state and I'm updating data that's representative of the scene versus the state. And I need to kind of track all these three things in some cases.
Right. Well, okay, so what you might want to do then is just make a function for like I don't know if you got this already, or a macro, whatever the fuck you want to do. When you modify the scene stuff, like add a string there, you just set a boolean that says it's invalid, and then your render thing will be querying that each time it renders to check to see if it needs to update it. Like you've pretty much got to do that if you want to have the whole keeping the HTML alive.
Right. And I think that's where part of the problem comes in, because I have to recognize, like I have to be cognizant when I push a state to the stack, I need to invalidate some options and then validate others.
Well, not always. Like for example, if you go from this menu and you press move and we start showing the squares, you want to hide this thing, right? So I assume you've got some mechanism to do that already.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't want to modify it at all, because you only need to modify it if we successfully make a move. If you press cancel and go back now, nothing has changed. So you don't need to invalidate. You don't need to do it every time. This is just it's just part of your logic, the business logic for that particular state, But the only thing is that you've got to remember that we're doing this with the WASM front end, the JavaScript front end browser rendering. So we have to invalidate. We have to tell it that it needs to re-render something. So that could be as simple as like, remove the string, and then in the function that zeroes out the thing in the array or reshuffles the array, if you got to move stuff upwards, like then you just set the boolean that says, it needs to be redrawn, by the way. You just invalidate it.
Okay, so then so if that's true, which it sounds like it's true, Ocean Battle UI, make choice. Ocean Battle, take turn. Like Arvis is kind of hinting at this.
Well, no, he's conflating two things there. So there's different domains of the state machine, right? So there's the overall game state domain, which is like, am I on the title screen? am I in the world? Am I in the option screen? Okay. If you're in the world playing the game, that's got its own states. Okay. So you could be sailing around. You could be in a battle. So that would be like ocean, is what you've just said. Are you talking to an NPC? Are you in a battle? Yes, they are completely different. Because otherwise, you don't want all the stuff to do with battle phases has got nothing to do whether you're on the title screen or whatever. So the title screen, it that doesn't need to be push down automata. That can just be an enum, because if it was pushed down, how deep is that stack going to be? Like 3 entries deep. Like it really doesn't matter. I only suggested this pattern specifically for the battle system. What I think you guys are doing is the same mistake that I made earlier, is that a scene isn't a scene as what you'd normally think of it as. Spiro's using the word scene to mean UI. Like it's a scene inside his DOM. It's like its own little environment that you can put stuff in. For example, so at the moment he's got a label at the top that says Ocean Battle Player's Turn, and then he's got 4 things that you can choose from. And that sort of transparent background, that is a scene. Well, no, because the sailing around on the ocean is like, that's a game state. So the typical nomenclature for this is like game states. So the title screen would be a game state, and the ocean would be a game state. The ocean itself handles the turns and keeps track of the currently selected ship or whatever. Yeah, so a battle is its own state machine within the ocean state machine, if you know what I mean. Because a battle is like a complicated type of thing. I don't know, it's just the way that you said ocean to battle to UI to make choice, like, that sounds like it's one flat thing. It's game dev, man. It's always complicated. But I've spoken to Spiro for like an hour or so now. I'm still not quite sure where he got stuck. And he's undone it all, so we can't go and see. But I understand his code base a lot better now, though. And you guys probably do too. I don't know where he's gone, by the way. He said he didn't want chair stream earlier, but now it's chair stream. He's in the mum kitchen, getting his sandwiches made. Kind of sandwiches you want, Orvis? Yeah, well, no, you conflated a bunch of different things there. That's what I was saying. It's breakfast time, so you want like sausage and egg and stuff like that. Right. Is that you in the lounge channel? Oh no, I can just join. I can pull you in, I think. I don't see why it shouldn't, as long as you're gonna... wait, no, I'm not gonna do that because we're on Spiro's stream. Like, otherwise I would. I think it's a bit rude for me to, you know, put people on uninvited on his stream while he's not here. That would be so good. Yeah. Okay.
Come on. Yeah, laugh. Come on. I'm just talking to my wife. Yeah, I'm listening, but I'm talking to my wife here. So yeah,
Yeah,
come on.
it's all right. How do I move to stream room? There we go. Hello.
Hi.
You're right.
Sorry, gotta mute the stream now.
Oh yeah, you got to do that.
All right, so I mean, you might be right that I'm conflating ideas.
Yeah.
But what I'm curious about is because you have a stack of states, right?
Yep.
And I think essentially what you end up having is different state machines for each layer of the stack. Yeah. Am I misunderstanding that idea?
Yes. So, look, let's imagine that you've got the basic game that is just using an enum and a switch, okay? There's no stack involved, okay? That determines whether you're on the title screen, whether you're in the game, whether you're in the option screen, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So, let's then dive into that and we go into the game, the world enum, okay? Okay, so now we're inside one. So we're now one layer deep, and we're in the world, and the world has got its own enum that tells it whether you're currently sailing around, or you're talking to a shopkeeper, or you're in a fight, blah de blah de blah. Okay.
Yeah.
So now we're 2 levels in, right? If we're in the battle system is where we're going to have the stack of states. Okay.
Yep.
This is where the push down automata pattern comes in. And the reason why is because you can cancel out of all these things and move back and forth between them. And if you do it with just a single enum, now you've got to keep track of where you were and what you were doing. And it means that at the end of each state, when you break out of it to go to, I don't know, like the next one or the previous one, you're going to have a bunch of if statement logic and it'll get really confusing. Whereas if you do this, all you've got to have is push underscore state and then the enum that you're going to, and then maybe a pop or something like that before it. Or if you're just quitting out, just a pop state, and that's it. Like most of the states don't care where they come from. You just want to go back to where you were before, and it's only a select few that actually care about setting the stack of states up or what comes next. Like,
so I could see your point then that like most states probably don't necessarily need this. I guess my point is just like you could, like, why not just make the whole system uniform in that sense?
but just use a single value with an enum and just switch on the enum. So what are you saying? Oh, or are you saying that the other two,
so
the higher
let's start the root of the
domains?
tree, right? You've got like a title screen, and you've got like the game, and you've got like a game over state.
Okay.
So you move from the title screen to the game. You're in the game. You enter a battle. That battle gets pushed onto the stack. So now you've got game, battle. In the battle, now you've got UI options. So now you're in UI and okay, present options or pick option, whatever, right? You have this tree of options there.
Well,
when you go through all of that, right, and the battle's all said and done, just pop the battle state, and now we're right back to the game state. And then when you die in the game or whatever, you go to the game over state. I mean, you would never, at some point, you always have like some root state in the stack, right? So I guess it's kind of dirty in that sense where it's like you're always going to have at least a couple of root elements in there, even though you may not necessarily need them. There's not really ever a reason to pop the game state. You know what I mean? You're never going to be like, oh, it's time to quit. Pop it. You know.
I think so. I've never done it that way. It's just so the way I've always done this has just been to have like the 3 separate things. Like I've actually done them in different files before. You know, keeping them entirely separate because they're entirely separate domains. I don't like rather than saying why shouldn't you do that. Like, what is the advantage to doing that, to flattening it into one system? Because my touted advantage is separation of concerns. They're separate things that they're not really involved. Like the phases of a battle have got nothing to do with what game state you're currently in.
That's fair, but here's the most obvious benefit I can think of is UI. So if you have some UI tree that you push and pop on off, right? You can then use sort of a generic UI handler where at any point you say, okay, I'm not in a battle, but I'm in a shop screen, and the shop screen has UI as well as a battle screen does. So now we're in the game, trading, UI, pick an option. The game, battle, UI, pick an option. Those are the same things, and now you have a generic handler for all of those types of operations. And it's all controlled by just pushing and popping off, hey, are we in a UI state right now? Are we picking an option, or are we getting presented text, or are we waiting for a generic confirmation, stop, go? Now that system becomes a completely generic
That's
handler
right.
for every time you've got UI. Just push that state on the stack.
Yeah.
And you could do that anywhere, right? So, okay, maybe
Yeah.
we're in the game over state,
So
and you're saying, hey, do you want to continue or quit? Okay, game over, UI, option. Push all that on the stack.
Yeah.
When you made an option,
To
pop it all back
Arvis's
off.
point-
You come back to the root state
Yeah.
and say, what did we just do from that previous state? What was our context there?
Right.
So you're saying to push
So
data
consistent
onto
UI
it as well?
handler.
Like,
I think with that concept, you'd have to set up like these containers, right, that associate to each state machine that keep track of some context of what happened.
yeah, well, well, that would be doing the union thing, Spiro, that I talked about. Remember the more complicated example with the unions, and you still need the enum because C doesn't tag the unions, so you need to be able to tell it what type it is, so that you can interpret the data correctly. But I think that would be that.
I'm not sure. I don't think you explained that when I was around, so I'm not sure.
No. Like. But then that's still that's even more complicated when it comes to passing data rather than just having a big bloody sort of a big struct full of all of the stuff. If you think that what he's saying is correct, though, like if I'm misunderstanding it and you think that's easier, then go with that.
I'm not sure if it's easier or worse or better or anything like that, but I guess another way to think of it is like I'm thinking of what I'm seeing in my head is like states, like subsystems as states. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And you can just push and pop off those subsystems as you need them. I don't know if that makes any sense. It kind of makes sense in my head, at least with the UI example. That seems pretty convenient. It seems like a nice way to architect this, but I don't know if it's better or worse.
Well, yeah, I don't know either, because I've never been in this scenario because I just have the logic driving absolutely everything, and the renderer just runs and regenerates every
most
frame.
people.
Yeah. So I mean, so yeah. So Spiro's got to make the decision here as what's correct, because I have no experience doing this.
It completely makes sense in the way that you're saying. I guess I'm saying I don't see why you couldn't take it a step further and just be like, well, the whole thing's kind of a stack of state machines, really, isn't it?
I guess so, but I don't know.
I don't know what problems you're going to run into with that. You might be right. Maybe there's some gotchas there where it's like, the logic explodes.
Maybe implementation, because how I generally do this for the game states, I do it in like almost OOP way. So I make a struct of function pointers, because I treat each game state like the title screen and the world and the option screen. They're almost like their own separate programs. They all do completely different things, and they're just tied together with a bit of some global state somewhere. Okay, like a context struct or something. And so when I tell that system to push and pop, like it's actually putting these it's referring back to these function pointers for like updating and rendering and things like that. But the battle system doesn't need that. It doesn't have its own like rendering and updating things, and because it's it's just a part of the game itself.
Right.
So that's the kind of angle that I'm approaching it from. Why I didn't suggest flattening it. Maybe you're right. Maybe because of the way it's done. Like maybe these all should be also flattened into one thing. So if that makes it easier to manage the UI, then do it.
If anything, I think maybe your terminology is a little bit backwards there, because the way I'm thinking about this is I'm not flattening it. I'm actually breaking it out into like a scope structure, right? Like each state you pop in there, you're entering some new scope.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
And I guess my core reason for doing that is, right, if you look at these enums he's got already, I mean, you have seen ocean battle choices, seen ocean battle data, like you have these huge sprawling flat enums, and at any given point in time his state already kind of represents, I think, what it would be, which is, from the renderer's perspective, the current state that you're in in this system will just be the sum of whatever the stack is, right? It's okay, we're in ocean, then we're in battle, then we're in UI, then we're in making choice. I don't know, maybe at least it saves you from having these pretty wide enums that are hyper specific to, like, well, are we in the ocean battle data UI make choice state, or are we in the ocean inventory, but you know what I mean? At least you could kind of break those things apart into encapsulated ideas, I think, was what you'd end up with.
I mean,
If you're in the battle state, collection, any state underneath that always bubbles up to the parent, right? Which is, well, at some point we're going to go back to handling something in the inventory or in the shop menu or in the battle system. And then when that's all done, you're going to pop that off and go back up to your open world wandering around traveling state or whatever. So I don't know if it's better or worse. It's how I'm seeing it in my head.
Right. So would that mean it goes into a state where it initializes the data, and then it falls back to the one that handles it? So that, do you know what I mean? Because that state's got to be created somewhere. Yeah. So it's either going to be created at the top of the state that handles with it, and then you have like an if statement that skips over it if it exists, or you could have a state dedicated to initializing it that you push on, and then it pops itself off, and then it goes back to the other one.
I guess that might be something I'm not considering, so that could be an issue. I was wondering though, like, does a linear sequence of states not work in the system by not just doing an immediate push pop from the state that you're in?
Are you saying does that not create the data? Is that what you're asking?
No, what I'm saying is, like, you could still kind of keep like an init. So let's say you enter the UI like tree here, we'll call it, I guess, or whatever. You're in ocean, then you're in battle, then you're in UI. You hit an init, the init does its thing, then immediately does a push pop. Says, okay,
right,
pop me off and push on make choice or whatever. Right?
So
just travel to the next one.
Yeah. So in the OOP, more the struct full of function pointers, some of they're basically callbacks, aren't they? Like some of the ones I have in there are enter and exit functions. So whenever the mechanism that alters the array, when it pushes and pops, it calls the exit function on the current one. The leave. I always call it enter and leave. They call the leave function, and then it puts the new one. Sets the current one, and then it calls enter on that one. I usually have an extra pair as well for like create and destroy or whatever pair of words you want to use for that, for when they're actually placed on, because otherwise you might accidentally init something twice if something pops and falls back down to it. Honestly, so usually do that. That's how I handle all the data for the stuff. But the battle system itself, like I personally, I would just make a big struct that contains all the data and just all the different that just use an enum that goes into the stack to represent the current state, and they all just modify the same big mega struct. Like that seems by far the most simple way to do it. and one of those values could be has the UI been invalidated, and when the UI calls in every tick to check to see if it needs to change anything. If it has, then it sends true back and then resets that back to false, and then the UI goes and reads off the values that it needs and recompiles the DOM. That's how I'd approach it.
I think the only thing, I think that's fine. It makes total sense. It's just that I don't know. I'm a weird stickler for kind of code reuse type stuff. So obviously you're going to end up using the same UI system for other things, like I was saying. So I think where I'd almost do is decouple those two pieces and say, okay, same concept. There's a big blob struct that just handles your UI state at any given time. And then when your UI is relevant, which you'll know because it gets pushed on the stack, then you just go query that thing, right? Then you go say, okay, what are our options? How many options do we have? Which one do we have selected? Did we select it? Yes, no. You know, is it available? Is there a UI at all? Which, I mean, I guess you don't even need that because you would know that if it was pushed on the stack. So that automatically kind of becomes your, hey, is UI active Boolean, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I think your point about like the entry and exit functions is probably how I would do it too, because then any state that you have can have the ability to have some initialization function, right?
Yeah. Well then,
destructor type idea.
Yeah, but then you're dealing with more sort of functions and structs rather than the big switch statement that Spiro's got set up now.
Right.
The validity of
then
which
you're dealing
is
with a
highly
finite state machine, like in a more formal way.
Is that what you're going to do? You have to use pointers.
Well, okay, so Russ brings up a good point. So we have an attack, right? Now, in some cases, the NPC ships will randomly choose whatever's the best available option. Like, let's just assume the ideal scenario. So an NPC ship will be like, whatever's the closest thing, I'll fire a cannon, or I'll run right up beside it, and I'll do a man-to-man attack. But in other cases, it will be based on the player's decision, what the player decides to do. Now, the reason why I've chosen to separate out those choices is because the player gets to have a say in that. And there are different mechanisms that come associated with that state of the battle. And so, like, what you guys are talking about is starting to lead me into, well, maybe I need to do a finite state machine. Maybe this is too complicated of, like, maybe there's too much granularity here.
Maybe.
It seems like it to me, but that's just me. Like, looking at it, it seems like I don't know how you track this granular degree of these, like, you know, this minutia. How do you manage all of this? Your switch statement's going to be a million miles long.
Well, what's wrong with that?
I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, but I could see it being a little better
code
quality-wise if you broke them apart by subject, right? Like, here is your user state machine over here and all of the relevant options in that, and here is your UI state machine over here, the relevant options in that. And like I say, push and pop them off as they become relevant. Is it better? I don't know. It just seems in my head like it might be a better idea. I just don't know.
Okay, I'm going to pose a question. How the hell did hang on, let me just pull it up on screen. I just want you to look up. I want to bring this up because how the hell did they figure this out on the Super Nintendo? What did they do?
Do you want me to tell you the secret that I was going to tell you like a year ago?
Sure.
Do you remember when I said that? I said, hey, this is a lot easier than you think it is, but I'm not going to tell you about it.
Go for it.
I guess the battle system is a little more complicated than this, but all New Horizons is, Uncharted Waters is, it's just a JRPG with a boat skin.
Yeah, but this is the thing, is that JRPGs are actually kind of complicated to implement. Like they're not as
Yeah.
easy as they seem.
Yeah.
Like if you tell somebody you're doing a game jam and it's like, oh, I'm going to make a JRPG, they think you're insane. And,
I mean,
and it is. I've fucking tried it. It's
no,
insane.
you're right. I'm sure I haven't exactly tackled that problem myself yet, but I suppose the revelation to me when I realized it was like it's a little easier to envision exactly what is mechanically happening if you think about it in those terms. Because when you look at it on its face, it's like, wow, this is a really complicated thing with all this economics and stuff going on. But really, it's like it's just a JRPG.
But
It's Final Fantasy. It's
a, a
it's
big
Dragon Quest. It's all of these things. It just has boats for characters. That's the only difference that's going on.
well, yeah, it's an SRPG, but
Mm-hmm.
the but the problem with RPGs is they're not action based, they're turn based, and that's difficult to deal with in code because a game is a real time application where the code's being
Right.
called over and over again every
Yeah.
turn, but your mechanics don't work that way. Like, so you've got to have some mechanism by which to control the flow of the flow of control. You've got to control the flow of control.
Right.
And so you need these kind of patterns like FSM or push down automata or something similar to it, because it's not just a REPL, you know.
Right.
It's not a text adventure REPL where you're in a cave, wait for input.
Yeah.
You can't
Block everything. Yeah.
yeah, you can't do that. So which is why you need to reach for patterns such
Well,
as this.
actually, and this is what's kind of weird because of the way he's using WASM and he's got this decoupled render, is that in some sense he kind of can. Because
I know,
the
but I
render is
wouldn't.
constantly doing the loop, right?
If Spiro wants to go and do that, all the power to him. But I have no input on how that would work because it's a fucking mess. Like it's all
Yeah,
that's god awful.
I agree. It's gonna be goofy. But here, this is what I was getting at earlier too. Is I think he's gonna run into that issue, and this is not. I'm not saying you shouldn't. So don't take it the wrong way. But because of the way the render is decoupled, and because the state machine is kind of always like an instantaneous action and always just some sort of state at any given time, I think you're going to run into that problem where you have to synchronize your renderer, in this case the browser, to those states. So back to your example earlier, you were talking about like animations and stuff. If you want your UI to do something over some amount of time to be pretty, you now have to rebuild that state in the browser to match what's going on in WASM. Because as far as WASM is concerned, you made an option. That option has already occurred, right? You moved the cursor. The cursor is already where it needs to be. But now the browser has to go, well, now we have to move the cursor, over half a second of time. And, you're going to run into issues where it's like, okay, well, you can make inputs faster than the UI can keep up with it. So now you have to keep the browser in check and in a sense locked, but not because it's always running in a loop. So you're going to run into some weird stuff there. However, I don't think you should. I don't think you should take the WASM and make that drive everything. Because I think that you are right, Spiro. You don't need to.
Yeah, well, it's not that you don't need to, is that you have to do the opposite because updating the DOM is like, I know it's not as slow as all the React people say it is, but it's too slow to be doing this amount
functionally
of
it is
actions.
always behind.
Yeah.
If you have two different universes here, you have to make them talk to each other, but one is always dependent on the state of the others, which means the browser is always technically behind what the state machine is.
Hmm.
And you run into this in native design too. I mean, I've run into it before designing game engines and stuff too. You run into that problem. You always hit that problem at some point where it's like, oh, right, what I'm doing is in the past. And where I should be has already occurred.
Right.
And you enter this weird existential crisis.
Well, I don't know. In terms of managing the UI front, that's the real problem right now, isn't it? Like, how do I update the UI as I'm transitioning through states? Is that the thing that you got blocked on?
No, I mean partially, but not in full.
Okay.
It's more like, crap. This is why it's so hard for me to explain. I'm really sorry. I feel feel bad trying to explain this. So it's like okay. Yeah, let me try and come up with an example. You initiate the battle, and the first thing that happens is that it has to set up the battle. What that means is that the WASM has to determine which ships and which order they take. Now, this is easy right now because we just go player first and then we just iterate over the next captains with their ships and we just continue, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we move forward. Then the next thing we do is, well, now the player has to take their turn. And now you have a split decision. And depending on the split decision, you're going to have a different series of UI options, but they're somewhat driven by the WASM options. So when you pop a state based on the decision that the user makes, or sorry, push a state, push. You have to pop the previous state. You have to push the new state based on what the user chose, and you have to load up based on that state subsequent options for the player to take. And then that has to be driven right back to the UI, and then the UI has to load that in. So for example, for move. So we're going to do move. This is a perfect example.
Yeah.
So here's move. And so we go, okay, now in move, the next state is what are our available set of movements. And so we do the diamond. And then I can go like up, right? And this is all independent of WASM. WASM does not care how you render your available movement options. So there's a completely separate decoupled thing here. WASM doesn't care. It doesn't care whether it's a diamond or a square or whatever. What it cares about is what the renderer returns as, I have thusly confirmed that I want to move to this position. Is this an applicable position? And if it is, then we move to the next ship in the player's fleet. And so now we do this. And then I want to go down, and I go down. And then the next thing that happens is, well, now we don't want to show those options for the player. We are just automating, moving forward, all the AIs. And so the issue becomes when I push and pop particular states, I need to also associate particular types of actions, and some of those actions are completely dependent on the renderer, and some of those actions are interconnected with the renderer and the WASM, and some of those actions are completely dependent on WASM. And I have to like structure that.
Right. For example, if you've moved, then we don't want move to show up in this menu. Is that one of the things that you're talking about?
Right. So move should not appear, because what should happen is you're going to have two choices. After you've moved, you can fire on anything that's in range. If nothing's in range, that should actually also be grayed out. And then the very last thing you can do at any point is end your turn. Confirm is the equivalent of end turn.
Right. So the WASM side should be doing the logic to determine whether those actions are available, like, you know, whether there's anything on firing range, and whether it can move or it's already moved. And then in the
right.
in the renderer, when it comes in,
the renderer would have to ask
to render the scene. It goes and asks what the choices are.
Right. And that's why I have ocean battle data. And that's where my blocker became a blocker, because now I have to consider when I pop a previous state, what is the state that I'm popping? Do I, in some cases, I don't even want to pop it because it might actually be in a proper state. So here's an example. You have move and fire. If I've laid out that you can do move and fire in our state sequence, I don't want to remove fire from it as an available option just because I've done move. I can move and fire, I can fire and move, or I can just do one or the other and then confirm and end my turn. That's not as simple as a push pop, just push pop a state. And then on top of that, even if I do push pop a state, I also have to consider some additional like sub items that come along dependent with particular states. If I move, where did I move to? That's why I have intended move, right? I have to check, is this blocked? Is there an NPC there? Is this a blocker thing, etc., right? That comes as part of the push operation. So it's a lot more complicated than just a push pop.
Well, I mean, you're gonna have that kind of stuff regardless of how you do it. That's gonna be a problem. Like, how do I communicate these things between different states? Basically, whether you do it with an FSM or like just a switch statement, or you do the push down, like you're gonna have that issue anyway. So the way I did it with the Pokemon clone was like, I had a variable for like the selected move for each combatant, and then in the menu state, when you choose like fight attack items, like if we popped and that variable's been set, like, which is easy to do because like zero's true in Lua, so you can have like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then just nil it. And then if it's not nil, then they've selected a move and we move on to the next thing. But that value, like the attack value, was just part of just it was local to that file. It was global to that file scope. So it was just basically part of a struct for the battle system. And that's how I handled communication between the things. There's just a value somewhere that just gets mutated as it needs to. And the same thing for like the UI stuff. You would just be manipulating the array of stuff that you've already got that the UI reads out. So if you make a move and now the ship can no longer move because it's already moved, inside the state that whichever state finalizes the movement and actually sets the ship's new coordinate, before that pops itself off the stack, it tells the UI that, hey, get rid of move on the list.
Right. I don't think it's as big of a deal as you think it is. I think what you might be having an issue with is the order in which those states are in this tree or on the stack. Like, you have to think about scopes, right? So, and from what I was only kind of half paying attention, but I think I got what you were saying earlier, right? So, if you have to kind of dynamically modify the options you have, that just means that you have whatever you're concerned about has to be a higher up scope than what you're dealing with now. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Which tied in exactly with what Laugh said. So, yeah, when your UI, you push down into some UI state that says, hey, we have options, pick one. If you want to modify those options, then when that option is made, you pop out to the parent state, which controls the context of what that UI contains. And then that says, okay, what option did we pick? This one. Get rid of that option from our current UI context. Then repeat the loop or come back and whatever, right?
Yeah, well, that would be reinitializing the stuff when you come back into it.
That's the problem. It's not at the it's not at the scene level. It's at the state level. The state determines that you can move and fire one or the other or both or end the turn, not the scene.
Yeah.
So I can't pop out, like there's no way for me to pop out of the state to go back to the scene and determine that.
It wouldn't be in the scene. It would be in whatever. It would be in your player turn state. Your player turn state would come through and that would say, okay, we know we're going to have menu options. Let's set up a UI context. And now we're going to push on our UI state and say, hey, present our options. When you pick one, you pop back out. That player turn state continues and it says, okay, we made an option. What is the option we made? This one. Delete it. Do we still have options? Can we still make options? Okay, push back on the UI state again. Do it again.
You're saying to have like
Isn't that-
an intermediary, like an extra state for handling that. Yeah, I get it.
That's exactly what I was going. Isn't that like having an extra state? And the extra state is appended to the set of states, and that state is like, oh, we've made a choice, and now we have to do a special thing that wasn't originally intended, and we have to like set up a new thing, and we have to execute that, pop it, and then push. The next thing that we were supposed to run in the beginning.
Yeah, I might do Spiro. I might code up an example just in Lua using Love 2D because it'll be super duper quick to do, and give that to you like later or tomorrow or something like that. Of how I personally would tackle this problem, and maybe you can look at that code and glean something from it. And I'll replicate the exact scenario where you've got a renderer doing its own thing or whatever. Right.
I guess I don't think it would be any different than if you did like a function call on return. I guess that's just kind of how I'm seeing it. You push down to some state, and that's basically just calling a function, and then yeah, I guess you're blocking in that function, and then when you return, you pop back out and say, okay, well, stick it in a for loop. Basically, is all you're doing. While UI options.count is greater than 0, present the UI. Push the state.
Well, yeah, the only tricky thing with that is just making sure you invalidate the UI when you make a change. But that's why I said earlier to just wrap the.
I think you would though, because you're pushing and popping that state. I think that would be your validation and invalidation, right? Because that would be like your constructor and destructor. If you want to think it OO sense.
Oh, you mean if
you pull in the context, build your UI. When you make a choice, you tear it all down. You pop out to the parent. Make your changes, and then represent it again. Would that not make sense?
I guess so. Yeah, that makes sense actually. But yeah, so the mechanism in JavaScript that detects a change in the scene, like when the state changes, like then you just rebuild the UI, I guess. Yeah.
Which I think you're basically doing anyway. It's just that now you're in such fine-grained states that now you have to check for, am I in the ocean battle player turn present UI state, or am I in the ocean battle user or AI turn?
Yeah, that makes sense. If you just automate the invalidation that way at the state change boundary, that makes sense.
At the very least, I think that makes sense for at least like your UI operations.
Yeah, because the yeah, that works.
Hang on, I'm not following. Would that mean that I would have the entire set of available options, regardless of whether you're in a particular state or not, at the scene level, and then it would invalidate and validate options at the scene level depending on the state you're in? Is that what you're saying?
No, it would invalidate it at your player turn level.
Yeah. So let's say we go into a state in the battle, right? And it sets up a bunch of UI stuff, like the move and attack menu, yeah? Then let's say you press move, and inside the move state, it doesn't even display the diamonds. All it does is remove the move button from the previous thing, right? From the scene. And then you pop. So you just get rid of it from the scene and pop. That's all that state does. Okay. Now, when the pop happens and we fall back to the previous thing, and the renderer looks and sees that we've gone back to the previous one. Now it knows it has to redraw everything because the state has changed. Like the same thing would happen when you push and it goes to the new one. It goes and rebuilds the scene. So the level of granularity for scene rebuilds isn't each frame, it's each state change. Otherwise, it's permanent.
I think the key thing there is yes, if you need to do that. Does that make sense? If a state has to do that, then a state can do that. But not all states need to do that. So some states will just you'll enter a state, do some logic, and immediately exit or whatever. But where you have states where, okay, I have to present UI, yeah, you set up some UI container, present it by pushing on that state. The renderer says, hey, we're in a UI state now. I got to present some options. Let me pull that info in. When you make a choice, that comes back, some confirmation gets sent back to the state machine. It gets popped. Then you resume back where you were. So again, this would be whatever player turn. Player turn then says, okay, what was our selected option? Do we have more? Do we need to show another menu? Let's set up another menu, push another UI option state.
Okay.
Does that make any sense?
I think I'm following a little bit.
Yeah. I'm going for a cigarette anyway. I've been there for ages.
No problem. How about a scenario?
Would it help if I drew you a picture?
Which, well, I mean, you bastard.
Your call. I can. I mean, this is for you. It doesn't have to be just for the stream or whatever. Screw chat.
Okay,
Screw you,
there's a scenario that's real. Screw you, chat. There's a real world scenario. It is. I'm trying to think of it. I'm trying to explain it. I know it in my head, but I can't. Like the words are. Okay, so you do that. You go to the player's turn, and they do a thing. Oh, crap. Okay, it would be. Freaking hell. I don't know if I'm going to explain this right. It would be something where the AI automatically makes a decision about an action it takes that kind of like you need to confirm, right? So you can't just like you can't just add a state that says make decision based on like a random number generator for something like that. That the NPC or the AI makes. You have to make that decision, then you have to wait for the player to hit confirm, because maybe you want to show it on the UI. Maybe you want to show something like enemy AI attacks you, right? And you want to show a little animation thing, and you want to wait for the animation thing to run, and then you want to execute the next thing. Does that kind of make sense? I think I botched it, but
I think so.
I don't know.
I think that's essentially what we're getting at. Let's see. I don't know. I'm making this up as I go.
Because that's kind of different, right? Because
my share here.
No, I know. It's different because it's not exactly the same as a player making a manual move and confirming that the animation, like confirming on the rendering side that the animation has happened, and then the renderer goes, yep, okay, we've animated it and the user confirmed, and so here's the confirmation input key, and continue the tick, right? It's just slightly different, right? So you have to like kind of adjust your expectation of what that particular state in the stack is expecting to receive, and is expecting to do as a result, as opposed to like a manual player action. I don't know if I'm explaining that right.
No, I think you are, but here's the thing: is I think you're doing that anyway. So it's not really any different than what you're already doing. It's just that where that logic gets handled now gets split apart into different places, into more contingent places. So like, I think whether or not your renderer is going to block and wait for some user input is going to be based on some state that demands that happens, right? So for an AI turn, you just don't do something that's going to block the state. You just go through and process it unless, like you're saying, unless you want to. And maybe that could be an option. Then you could say, okay, what's our user settings? Do we want to, wait for AI turns? Yes, no. Okay, then we'll push on a wait state to the bottom of this whole thing. And that wait state, right? So that then determines, I guess from the render perspective, that would determine, okay, we're going to wait for the user to input something. But then that becomes reusable, right? So now anytime you want to do something and you want to let the player confirm for it or wait, we're going to block everything that's happening and wait for the user to hit enter. Now you just have a generic wait state that you just tack on the end of anything. You could be in the shop inventory, tack on wait. You could be on the game screen, tack on wait. You could be, in a battle, tack on wait. In the same sense that, okay, anytime there's a UI choice, you just tack on a UI state and say, hey, we have a UI to present.
And so that would work even in the context of having a stack of states at the scene, like at a higher level, where it's all flattened out, if I'm understanding you correctly, right?
Sorry, say that again.
Like a wait state, for example, would work if you flattened it out at the scene level, and you just applied like scene states and state states. Like if you applied scene things and state things, just as a flattened scene stack, and you just have to go through the entire scene, and in some cases you would tackle state specific things, and in some cases you would tackle scene specific things, and you could jump in and out based on what the stack holds. Like it's a flattened, it's not like a deeply nested thing. Does that make sense?
Not in my brain, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
So I don't know. You keep saying like we have to handle all this in the scene, and I'm trying to figure out in your head, where are you getting to that from? Because I think the context of what you're doing can be handled within whatever subcontext you're in. Does that make sense there? Like the scene doesn't care that you're in a battle necessarily, right? Like or the scene doesn't care that the player's taking a turn. The battle cares that the player's taking a turn. So you handle that logic in the battle state machine, even though the battle state machine is underneath the game state machine. Right, so like the scope and the context of what you care about actually travels down the stack. So ultimately, I think like your ocean scene, right, your ocean state, which we would call like the game state, right, you're playing the game, that only really has to care about stuff that you do when you're playing the game. As soon as you pop on some other sub-state machine, right, we're in a battle now, we're talking to a shopkeeper, we're chatting with another player, whatever. All the logic relevant to that section of the game then falls underneath that sub-state machine, right? You put another box inside the box, and you don't, the scene doesn't really necessarily need to care. It's not really its job. It's not relevant to it.
Well,
I would think anyway.
Okay, so there's a terminology mix-up, because I have a game mode, and so the game, if it's in the mode of import, that means it's on land, and so that's when you move around, and that's its own state, so to speak. It doesn't have a scene because it doesn't need one. It's just run around. But once you're in a scene, now you're outside of that mode. Now you're in a particular mode called in scene, and in that in that mode, you're gonna go look at what scene are you in. Are you playing blackjack? Are you in the general shop? Are you having a battle? Whatever it is, and then depending on that scene, you're gonna have a state. And then depending on that state, you're going to have available actions, which may or may not exit you out of that state and move you into another state in the scene until you eventually get to the end of the scene, which then exits you out of that scene and puts you back into the game mode, changing from in scene to in port again. So there's already a nested level.
There might be a terminology mix up because I would think that being in a scene is a different state, right? So whether or not you're in a scene would
Right,
push
and
on
it
in scene
technically
as a
is.
substate. And then when you
Right.
exit that scene, no matter what it is, you just pop
Right.
it off.
Right. Yeah. So it technically is. I don't call it a scene. I call it a game mode. And then a scene is like a containerized version of like I'm gonna manually move things around. Maybe I'll seek some dynamic things from the user input, but there is a very specific purpose to the scene. It's to accomplish a goal.
Right. I think for simplicity's sake, everything is a state, but for these other terms, for this term of like scene or game mode or whatever, these are all kinds of states that serve certain purposes, right? Does that make sense? That's where my brain is going. So you have like you'd have a
like
root
if you're
game state handles whatever, some root logic, and then you have, okay, are we in a scene? Did we change game modes? Are we not in any of those things? And then it becomes less of a it's less of a matter of like, okay, we have our current game state or our current game mode. Those are pointers to some value somewhere. It becomes more of, okay, what's the state now? Oh, the state is we're in a scene. The state is we're in a game mode. The state is we're whatever.
right. So maybe this is terminology.
Some of it could be.
There's a state to the game, or a scene, I guess, to the game, and then there are other scenes that are kind of like they could be considered sub-scenes, but if they're active, then they take precedence over the entire the game. They take precedence over the entire game.
Yeah, I think so. But I think the precedence of that functionality gets blocked by the substate that you're in. Does that make sense? If I'm understanding you right.
Right.
So you're never
Right.
so like
So it would
your
be
root
something
game
along the
state
lines
has
of-
some kind of logic going on. You're never like going to be always exiting back out that being, okay, update the game, update, whatever, ocean here. You're never going to be like down in this side of the tree, jumping back out to here and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. You're down here. This is where your logic is. Sorry, I'm drawing. Somebody's watching, so.
Yeah, no, that's me. Like that's what I said before when when you're separating out the UI setup stuff into its own separate state. That's basically what you've done there.
Yeah.
Yeah, because all that really does is eliminate the need for like an if block at the top of that thing that says if the UI is initialized already, skip over it and then just go and wait for the choice variable to be set.
Well, actually, in this example I got going here, this is incorrect. This would be just a function call basically. So, I mean, you wait for a return, then you come back and do some stuff, and this is the end of your scope. When this is done, you exit the state, right? Which this could just say, I mean, I don't know, whatever's after, like, what's that comes after your player turn, Spiro?
So after player turn,
Just as an example.
we check just whoever. Where is it now? We just check whoever has the next turn, because it's possible that the player turn is the first person to take a turn in the battle, and there's still NPC turns to take. So we go back to take turn, and then we check and take turn. We check whose turn it is next, right in here. And if it's the player's turn again because they have another ship, then they get to play their other ship. But if the players played out all their ships in the fleet, then it goes to the next NPC, and then so on and so on and so on, until there's some random victory condition that I've arbitrarily set up.
Well, technically, this is what happens. This pushes that. Is this making sense to you, Laugh?
Well, yeah, kind of. This is
drawing crooked, but
this is. Can I show you the code I did for a game jam? Let me exit out of your stream. So this is bullshit for the viewers because they can't see this.
I'd say you could at least share this if you want, Spiro, but that's your call. I don't care.
Yeah, well, it's a bit dodgy, and it putting Discord on the Twitch because you know. What is it? I think I was using this editor for show this the other day. Sorry, I just have to find out where
I'll see if I can put it
save that. This was for a game jam, by the way, so it's not going to be the absolute best stuff. Why is it not showing up on the applications thing? God, I hate Discord. Oh, just share screen.
There you are.
Right. So, let me make this bigger. So, I've got the whole push and pop stuff loop. Push phase, pop phase, okay? And then in the battle, I've got all these different phases. So there's an intro phase, okay? Which just, these are just stuff for like the rendering stuff, because again, the rendering's entirely separate from it. It sets those, it tells it to display, it was a Pokemon clone, so it tells it to display the two Pokemon. Then it pops itself off and pushes the turn menu, okay? You go to the turn menu, okay? And then this is the thing I was talking about earlier. If the ally Pokemon is picked to move, then we pop the phase and we push the phase for the foe AI, right? I'm not sure what that 0 is there. This is just code for handling well, again, that's whether we should show the two Pokemon. But this is just code for controlling the selection, which one we've selected in the, attack, change monster, run away, use an item, blah 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 blah. And if we press yes, then we just whichever one it is, because you don't have switch statements in Lua, we just push the appropriate phase and you go to it. So if you're on the moves, we go to the move menu. Yeah. And again, we've got the thing where you choose from the 4 moves. If you press yes, then it pops itself. It pops the phase, the previous one, and then it pushes the faux AI because it knows. If you press no, it just pops itself and it goes back and it sets the ally move to false, because all the state for this, like I just said, it's just a bunch of crap at the top of the file. Just a bunch of variables that are local to this file scope. So this would be the equivalent of like having a struct with all the stuff in it. I can't remember how the UI actually worked in it. Yep, it just checks the current thing and draws the correct amount of the things it's supposed to draw, because these things are like, these are set in stone. They don't change. Right. But in your case, you need to grey one out or remove it. So all you need to do is have like an array that you remove stuff from and just recreate the UI DOM element thing. This is how I did it, and it's just each of these functions is like a different state that gets pushed. I actually pushed the function itself, like, so it's like a function pointer that gets called, but that's only because you don't have switch statements in Lua. So they're just things that just push and pop, and then the renderer itself in this case was just like, it was just kind of hard coded. And then again, like the move menu, it goes through the ally move set and just puts the. I've even got a function for like menu entry. So the question mark is pico8 shorthand for print, and then so I've just got a function that puts the menu entry on the screen. Like that's how I handled it. But this is like with a traditional game thing, you know, where everything's done inside one code unit thing. Like, you don't have the whole JS DOM separation WASM thing going on.
Right.
That's the only way that makes a lot of sense to me. That's why I'm struggling to come up with like solutions to this the way that you're currently doing it, because it's a bit odd, you know. It's not like a traditional game.
It's I think you could probably think of it just as multi-threading.
Well, I said that earlier.
Yeah. It's not too far removed. I mean, if you were on a separate thread, you just have to kind of pull into it, right?
But it's more like
block.
It's more like a Lua subroutine, like a cooperative multi-threading. You know, where they all share the same execution space. You know, they're not concurrent or anything like that.
Right.
That's how Lua threads work. The coroutines.
Is this making any sense, Spiro? Have we whiteboarded you to death?
I'm just trying to wrap my head around it and think about like all the use cases and different scenarios that I would have to tackle and how I would do it in the structure you're proposing. And I'm just not sure, because I think you guys are right. It's weird.
It is weird.
It's strangely decoupled.
It is strangely decoupled. I don't think it's the end of the world though. It's not impossible to manage.
What was in there? Oh right, that's the VM thing I made. But
So here, I'll add on a little bit here. This might help some in my little drawing. Oh, come on. So then what your battle scope opens up, you're going to do some, init stuff, and then you're going to do that pushes on this. So I think we're talking about largely the same things. I'm just saying, I guess go a step further where everything becomes a state and everything just gets pushed on the stack. But a lot of what last code was, I think, is effectively what you're going to have, right? Like every state that you enter into is basically just a function call. So every time you enter a new state, you enter some new scope.
Well,
and then you just return out of that scope.
Well, kind of, but it's a little bit different because I only used functions because of a limitation with Lua. If Lua had switches, I would have.
Yeah, you wouldn't need to.
Yeah, none of those functions would exist. It'd just be in one. Like, obviously you have scopes within the cases themselves, but yeah. Just to be absolutely clear about that.
Yeah, not a requirement. You don't have to do it that way.
But I think what the problem is that there's this disconnect between what the UI is displaying, because Spiro's got this scene thing set up.
Well, that's what I was just talking about. I think while you're away is like, I think the issue there is that there's a terminology mix-up, and I think the solution would be, or at least I guess the way that I would handle it, right, is that a scene or a game mode or all these other kind of abstract ideas, they are all some kind of state.
Right, but that's the thing, is that I envision it as some of them being substates to another kind of state, like the battle phases are all sub to the actual battle itself, which is a substate of the world, which is
like your player next
one
here,
of the main
player,
cases. Yeah.
Player turn and player next. But I think to kind of reconcile maybe the mental disconnect there, right, of like, well, where, how does the scene handle its logic, whatever? Well, the scene is just a state. So instead of battle being here in your tree, you have another one that is, that is scene or game mode, right? These get pushed on and off. Then these have sub trees under them, which again, going back to kind of what we were saying before as well, somewhere in these, you can then present UI by pushing on UI choice as a state. These two things are the same thing. These both have the same, like logical units of functionality, right? These have their own functions. And you can access that functionality by just pushing the state on the stack. Just, I think, is what you'll end up with.
Are you saying that you call UI choice and pass in like a label and then an array of arguments, which is like the choices, and then that function would push a state to the stack, and that state just sits and waits for the JS stuff to send the value that they chose back.
Yeah.
And then that pops itself off, and it goes back to the player turn, and it handles it based on it continues based on what that choice value was.
Yep. So then after this returns from this scope here, then you read your struct, that your context that you set up, and you say, okay, what was the choice that we made? And
that makes a lot of sense to me, because then now the UI underscore choice thing is a reusable state that can be used anywhere you want, that just has a choice with a label at the top.
And it simplifies your JS end, because now the renderer, all it needs to do is look for, okay, what's our top level state, right? Like what's our, or I guess your bottom level state, depending on how you look at it. are we in a UI choice? Yeah, we're in a UI choice. Okay, it's time to present some UI. Like, let's get the data for the UI and present it to the screen and wait for an option. And that's where you come back in from your action here. This says, okay, pop my state. We go back to doing whatever it was we were doing before.
Yeah, that sounds great to me. That's the good use of the pattern, but you've just wrapped the push up inside the UI choice thing, which is just the only little bit of mental overhead you have to bear in mind that particular function. Maybe we could call it push UI choice or something like that.
Yeah, so this is just as an example. Again, I was saying, like, this is basically just becomes like a function call. If you think about it that way, you're just entering some new scope of functionality and then jumping back out. So, I mean, you could think of this push as just being, hey, call UI choice, right? The function, call that, get a return back,
Right.
then continue your old scope.
Well, I mean, that's not how it would actually work, though, because when it enters back into the player turn, it would execute everything above it that came first. So you need to be sure of that you're not reinitializing or overwriting anything. But yeah,
that is tricky, and I'm wondering, because again, his game state doesn't run in a loop. So I think the WASM actually just halts execution here. It just waits. You do a sleep.
Does it? Is that how it works?
It may actually, in effect.
I don't know, Spiro would have to clarify that.
No, the freaking hell, this is so complicated.
Yeah.
Does the WASM wait? Does WASM wait? Yes, it waits. Yeah. Right this second, the renderer requires WASM to tell the renderer that enough a substantial change has been made to warrant a UI change. Not the renderer never drives UI changes. It depends on the WASM to tell it when UI changes are required.
No. What he's asking now is if you get to a function in WASM that calls out to JS, now the WASM is blocked, right? And the program counter, like where it's currently executing in the WASM, is frozen there, and all the variables and stuff, that the stack for the for WASM is all the whole entire execution context is just frozen until the JS call returns back to the to WASM. That's what you're asking, right?
Yeah.
WASM never calls out to JS.
Okay.
Except for console log format.
Yeah. All right. So the answer is no then.
Here's an alternative, right? Okay. So the issue, right, is upon every reevaluation of the stack, you have to start from the top and work your way down the tree. The dumb solution to this, right, is you just check if you're initialized already.
Well, yeah, that's where I said you just have a value somewhere that says player turn has initialized, and you wrap that bit in an if block, so you don't want a curly brace after you present UI, whatever that's supposed to mean, and then
right,
and then you just skip over it. Yeah.
In some sense, I don't know if this is a pattern necessarily you want to adopt, because I know you're doing like a pool memory type thing, Spiro. But you could think of each one of these states as having its own struct. So you've got, whatever.
Well, we did actually. That was what the whole union thing was about. So rather than the stack being a stack of enums, it was a stack of unions, which it's a stack of struct which contains an enum and then a union that goes along, so that a particular state might have some data that goes along with it, like the stuff we're talking about now. If it was just a dead simple one where it just waits and nothing happens for a few ticks, it'll just have an integer in there. And all the state does is decrement the integer, and if it's 0, it pops itself off. But I don't think that's warranted here. I think if Spiro starts doing that, he'll get even more confused.
Right.
Because he's still trying to grasp the.
You could consider this as being layers of switch statements, right? If it okay, let's say every state that's under ocean or is involved in ocean here, this is going to be some function that's a big long switch case. Every state that's in battle is going to be one big long switch case. To store the context or the state of the state, if you want to call it that, right? You could tie this to basically to just some known pointer and say, okay, if we're initialized, we just store bool, right? And say is in it.
But that's what I have right now. I have a double nested switch statement. One switch for the scene, and then one switch for the state inside the scene. And that's what I was trying to avoid, is not having nested switch statements.
Well, I think you would eliminate that, because then every layer here gets pushed off in basically a new tree, and basically if you wanted to unnest everything, you could basically say these are all in different functions.
Yeah, that's the only way I can think of getting rid of the nesting. But then that's doing is adding a little bit of indirection. Like it's functionally equivalent.
Yeah.
And that's
guess
the thing, right? Because remember, we were saying like, it's hard to read my current switch cases because you have to basically think of it as like a bunch of go-tos and figure out where it goes to.
Right. Well, I only mean that as in like you've got a bunch of F things of where they should go to once they're completed. That's where the spaghetti comes in. But if you've got a couple of statements that says push this and pop that, like the code I showed you just now, you can see exactly where it goes, and it's really concise and simple. Because imagine if you've got the UI choice thing. Imagine if you've got the UI choice thing that Arvis has just explained to us, right? You can't reuse that because you'd have to keep remembering which one you were going back to after you've done a UI choice. So that particular case would have like a massive if-else chain or another switch inside of it, whereas right now, all you need to do is pop.
And the only way you're going to manage that is you're going to have not UI choice, but you're going to have ocean, battle, player turn, UI choice, and you're going to have this hyper specific state that you're in, so that you can know, okay, this is the special boy, and it's got to go to the special boy place when we're done.
Well, yeah, the choices either have a complicated F4 switch inside that just somehow determines where it went to. No, there's another way you could do it, is have lots and lots of tiny little states that go to a specific one, which is perhaps even worse. Yeah. So you're just adding more appendages to the tentacle monster there. But so
like a hub and spoke thing, right? So you got like root, and then everything just comes off.
Yeah, it's flying spaghetti monster. But I mean, like that thing that you've done there with the UI choice, I would probably go with that. I quite like that.
Wait, why isn't it not an indirection when you can read an if-else or a complicated if-else statement or a complicated switch statement that explicitly defines, it keeps track of where you were before and then puts you back into that, as opposed to a stack array where you don't know what's in the array. It's all dependent on a bunch of other stuff. Anything could be in that array. Where exactly is the clarity coming from?
From the places that push them, because you can just, because remember when I showed you the code yesterday, and I was like, look man, You come into the initial one, okay? That sends you to the move one, so you're gonna go there. And they were all really small. So they don't really do that much.
But I don't think it's that much more complicated than keeping track of where were you last. You're now in a special case, finish that case, put you back to the last place. I don't see why there's any benefit to clarity in terms of stack versus my if else cases.
Well, you use your if else then, man. If you think that's the right way to go, then go with it. If it's confusing you this much, then I'd say stick with what you were already doing.
I'm gonna make fun of you forever if you stick with what you're doing.
What was that, Irvis? I didn't hear you, man.
I was gonna make fun of you forever if you stick with what you're doing.
Oh yeah, I know.
Not that you
Yeah,
care.
the problem is that I don't particularly like what I'm doing. And I guess it's because I don't know, there's a trade-off here, right? I am extremely super specific and it's hard to follow. It looks like spaghetti code, but it's extremely specific. Whereas a push pop stack state means that like anything can be in that stack state, and I'm relying on whatever's in that state. I have to trust that it's the correct set of things whenever I push, well, particularly when I pop.
Well, something to consider.
And I'm not sure which one is better in this case.
You can basically rebuild what you have now by summing the stack, which is what I was saying before. So let's say we're down, where are we? Let's say we're down in here, right? Let me pick a different color here so we can see what the hell we're talking about. Let's say we are down in this UI choice here. And I know what you're saying. I get what you're getting at. I guess I'm just throwing this out there because maybe it gives you some kind of answer. To know that you're down here is basically the sum of all of your parent states. So it's UI choice plus player turn plus battle plus ocean. And what you end up with, I mean, you could for like debug purposes, if that's your concern, you could print it out that way and just say, okay, it's ocean underscore battle underscore player turn underscore UI choice. Right. Okay, so your current state at any given point in time is the sum of all of this.
Right. Right. I see what you're saying. But I would have to trust that I pushed that particular sequence of events into the stack correctly, and that nothing else deviated from that in order for me to get there. How would I trust that?
Don't push the wrong state.
Yeah, well, that's going to be the case regardless of whether you use a single enum value or not. Like, if you branch to the wrong thing, you've done it wrong.
Right. Okay, but hang on.
That's the polite way of putting it. Yeah, I think
because what you guys are describing is the dynamic ability for me to input into the stack any kind of state that I arbitrarily want. If I make the mistake of doing an if-else statement wrong, that's on me, which means I can determine where in my if-else statements I went wrong. But if I'm leaving it up to a stack that can dynamically receive any kind of state it wants, I have to then backtrack as to what put that in there. How do I trust that what put that in there should have put that in there?
Well, you wrote that
I
too.
get what you're saying. Which is why I'd say like this is one option for kind of working that out. Is sort of like a debug solution. But also I think if you want some sort of assurance that you're not going to push some faulty state that's going to result in undefined behavior, everything has to chain down through this list. So for example, if you push something into your battle state here, right? Let's say, you put it's ocean battle and then you put in, like whatever, buy from shopkeeper. I don't think this executes because battle doesn't know what the hell that is.
Is that what you're talking about, Spiro?
Right, but the difference being, the difference would be that damn it, how do I explain this? Freaking hell. The difference would be that I purposefully made them like no. Crap. I made the mistake in an if else statement that I hand wrote versus I did some kind of bad logic flow that injected that dynamically into the stack that I wouldn't have known unless I got into a particular series of events that did that.
I don't see how it would be any different if it was an if else thing because you can still get into those scenarios by setting the wrong state or
I think the equivalent in what you have now, which to your point, I think it would be harder to do this by mistake. But yeah, you could go from ocean battle player turn and jump to ocean trader buy item. Right?
Right, but it would require me to like put in a typo as opposed to some kind of like logistical programmatic flow that got me there because this stack just exists out in the ether and just takes in whatever you give it.
Right. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, he has a point. It's just
yeah. No, I definitely got that wrong before. I got that wrong before when I was I think doing the Pokemon thing. Like there was definitely a couple of times where like it got into a state and I was like, hang on, what's happened here? So I actually had in the push and pop things I printed out every time it changed and what it was going to and from.
Well, here's 2 points that I would make to that. Well, my point that I would make to that, and then I'm probably going to say one last thing and get going. But I think what you could do to maybe mitigate some of that is you don't have to go this far granular. You could. So let's say UI choice is a valid thing that you want to be able to dynamically push and pop off. You could collapse these all up. So your player turn, your player next turn or whatever, you could collapse these all up into battle, and then you do have, this part is one contingent state. So it's harder to get yourself, into weird combinations of these sort of micro states, right? Does that make any sense? Does that help you at all? I think you could choose how specific this stack gets.
Right. I would have to go and check the stack and see like what would be the last most relevant state and then only apply updates based on that. And then in that case, why not do an if else statement? And then just rely on me not making typos.
I did think about that earlier, but that seems absurd because now you need a bunch of meta information to say, oh, this state's allowed to go into this one or allowed to come from this one, and that's a bit crazy. That's not simple at all.
I know how to write, I promise.
Right, but I agree with you. I'm actually not disagreeing. I'm agreeing. The issue comes with confirming whether I'm in the right place to begin with or not. Because what happens to me is I'll write out, like if I'm doing this stack level thing that you guys are describing, I think I have a handle on the correct sequence of events. I'll write it out, I'll code it out. The stack does not really care about whether I'm in the correct sequence of events. It just assumes that I'm in the right sequence of events because I'm writing to it. Then I realize, oh, it's too late. I've realized that I'm not in the right sequence of events, and I have no idea where I screwed up because I have to go all the way back up the chain and figure out where the hell I did it, as opposed to looking for a typo or a bad if-else chain or something like that.
This might be a little out there, but I have kind of a thought in my head on that. And Laugh, I want to know if you think this is too fucking crazy.
What?
Would it make sense if you had some sort of like processor or handler for this that kind of evaluates what state you're in? I don't know how you would actually implement this. But let's say, yeah, you're we'll go back to our old example, right? This is a contingent. These are, individual states that we can push on. If you pushed on, like shop by, would you have some like evaluation machine that comes through here and says, okay, we're in battle, let's look for the shop by state. Oh wait, battle doesn't have one, let's just pop
Yeah,
it automatically, right?
that's called a C compiler. And that's why you have these as separate things and not as one big flat thing, as I was saying earlier. It's separation concerns.
Fair.
But Spiro, the really easy answer to the best way to combat that issue is just maybe even have it just in debug code, like not in your final build. But every time you push to the stack, just print out the entire stack every time you modify it. So then and then the state that the modification came from, just print it out to the log, like, because that'd be good information to know anyway, just to make sure everything's working correctly. That's precisely what I did. Like I always do.
I'm gonna give you some pushback here.
All right.
Is this coming down to a subjective preference? Because what if I find it easier to read a bunch of if-else statements and pick out a typo than reading an entire like flat, maybe a flat state with maybe one or two other flat stacks of states that I have to print out every time I make a change, and they might come in the wrong order. Like the printing of things, this is the other issue, is that when I print out from the WASM side, they might not come out in the right order when I'm viewing them on the rendering side. So for me to like correlate that with like, this is the correct order, it's not always that dry cut, right? So is this a preference thing? Because if it's a preference thing, I'm going to throw that right back at your freaking face.
Yeah, you could be right though, because
not, because when you have all these microstates, you're going to have lots of redundant code. That's less efficient. Boom, eat it.
How's that less efficient?
Because you're going to have lots of, you're just going to have code bloat, right? You're going to have lots of, like, if you were to compile this to assembly, you're going to have lots of redundant code in there that does the exact same thing, as opposed to jumping to known procedures that do the thing you're doing anyway. That's why we do code reuse. That's the whole point. That's why we don't, every time you want to make a file dialog, you don't have 30,000 functions that build a file dialog from scratch. You call make file dialog.
That's not universally true. Sometimes code repetition is actually more efficient.
Well, yeah, when you're talking about unrolling loops and stuff like that, but we're not really talking about that. What you're effectively going to be talking about is stuff like this, where you're going to build a UI. Right. And so for every single microstate that you go into here, where you're going to have some chain of states that build some UI, you're going to rewrite this code every single time. So what do you get out of this? Write this once. It's a known pointer in memory. You jump to that functionality, you call it, as opposed to redefining that functionality everywhere. To your point, Spiro, I do understand this is easier to get yourself in a bind with.
Spiro, I have an answer. It's really fucking pedantic, but you're asking pedantic questions anyway. Okay, the one thing that I can think of, they are kind of functionally equivalent, right? I'll concede that. There's a large the part where this is just like, I hate the phrase, but it's like DX stuff, right? Okay, so that is in the realm of subjectivity, but in in the push down automata thing, there's less if else, so there's less comparisons going on and less branch predictor bullshit happening. So in that sense, it could be deemed as more efficient because there's less
Hang on.
branch
I
predictions being thrown
reject
away.
your worldview, and I substitute it with my own.
All right, okay, go for it.
Listen, why can't you do a switch case instead of if-else statements, first of all? And why is it the case that you have to write an if-else or a switch statement for every single scenario where you have to deal with one of these instances? Why can't you hoist those up to even their own functions if that's what you want to do?
Okay, so at the end of your movement phase, yeah, like after the movement's been completed and the ship has actually physically moved in the game, now you're either gonna have to go back to the menu, or you're gonna go to the next thing that happens, which is moving the next ship or whatever, because it's whether he's used up his attack action or his item or whatever, or it's completely consumed that ship's turn and it's going. So you've got to do. Well, you could do a switch there, couldn't you?
You could, yeah, buddy.
Actually,
you
hang
bring it,
hang on now.
boy.
Hang on now. How would you do a switch comparing? Oh, yeah, it'd be a bit set, so it'd be like powers of 2. Yeah, you could do a switch there.
Right.
Why?
What is the functional difference? It's just preference now.
Maybe you're right, yeah. Well, I did just fucking say, if you prefer doing it this way, then fucking do it, so fuck you.
I know you did.
Which, to be fair, I agree.
But you didn't know why you said that, and I articulated for you.
No, I will add on that I think it's a little bit of both.
So I think for me, this is why I'm struggling, right? Because when it comes down to it, I'm having a hard time. Okay, I think now I finally discovered, after this whole conversation, this whole struggle session, I have finally figured out why this thing's problematic for me.
Right.
The reason why it's problematic for me is because in my brain, I find it easier to reason with the if-else statements because it's me. It's my problem. If I made a mistake, I can read my own mistake. If I have a thing that can just accept anything that I give to it, I find it much harder to reason about, especially when you take into account the fact that the rendering mechanism is decoupled and anything that I print out to the browser could be out of date or completely out of sync, which makes it even harder for me to figure it out. So I think this is why I had such a problem with it. I got myself locked into a position that I couldn't properly reason about because some of it is subjective.
Yeah, I guess so. Like,
I think ultimately you're not going to know unless you try and prototype it. So that's what I would recommend at this point. I mean, I think we grasp the concept. I think that if you care to give it a shot, you should just prototype it out and see where the pitfalls are for you.
No,
I don't see any difference here, though. I mean, I think this push pop mechanism, it's the same thing as anything else.
Yeah. I really like the push pop thing. Like, I can totally envision the flow in my head. It just works perfectly fine for me. I'm totally accustomed to it. But if it doesn't work for Spiro, then it doesn't work for him, so he doesn't have to use it. So, but I like the reusability aspect of it. Like, there's a little bit of modularity going on, which is a bit of an abstraction, which might go against his whole the whole ethos of what he's doing. So, but so does the whole WASM something.
Yeah, I think to be fair, in some sense, you're relying on abstractions as it is anyway. And I get it, slippery slope, but you know my opinion on this. We've talked about it plenty.
I know, but look, here's the thing. Objectively speaking, you have to admit that objectively speaking, purely objectively, if I'm writing if-else statements, even though, or switch cases, or a mixture of both, even though it's harder to read, they are objectively more straightforward in terms of execution. Whereas a dynamic acceptance of anything that comes in, I'll just accept it as the next thing in the stack, is not as straightforward, right?
I don't know. I guess that's debatable. I think either way, you have to pay attention to the context of what you're in, right? I mean, perhaps writing it out longhand and switching statements is a little easier to do that immediately, but you're still, this is a thing you have to do in programming, right? You have to pay attention to the context of where your code is and what it's going to do when it's going to do it.
Yeah, because it's still going to be jumping around between the things. It's just where the current state is coming from is different. That's the only difference between the two patterns that I see. It's just where the current state comes from is literally the only thing you're changing, really.
Right. So imagine that
with my mind's eye,
you end up imagine you end up in a weird state that you're not supposed to end up in, and you have switch if-else statements, mixture of both or one or the other. And what you can do is you can simply just like console log a trace, basically, if you wanted to.
Yeah.
As opposed to a dynamic stack where anything at any point could pop something or push something, into the stack, or even pop out of it. You could even do an inadvertent pop because you didn't expect it. And there's, in my mind, I'm envisioning like a specific scenario where you have to get into that state, as opposed to a scenario with a switch if-else scenario where you just have to read into that scenario. I'm not sure I'm explaining it right, but it's more like I have to play the game in order to get into the dynamic stack state that causes the issue, whereas I have to just read the code to figure out where I got into that weird issue.
No, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. What he's saying is that, like, you've got to follow the pushes and the pops rather than the enum equals this, like.
Right, which is fair. I don't discount that.
I don't know. I can see that there's a little bit more indirection there, but you'd still have to. I think you'd still run into the same kind of issue, even if you were.
I think he has actually, because don't you have certain states that skip over other states?
Yeah, I've seen you doing this as well. You were like, why wasn't it going into this state?
Yeah, yes. I think this is an issue you already face, even though you have a linear stack of switch and case.
Absolutely.
Like, it's not procedural in that way.
Absolutely. But no, I agree. Here's my counter argument. My counter argument is not that I cannot get into those states because I do it my way. The counter argument is, when I get into those states, all I have to do is follow my own if-else very specific flow that I wrote myself. There's no dynamic. There's no, gee, did something do a pop that I wasn't expecting in some weird off-case scenario? No. I literally just have to track down in the lines what I did.
Here's a counter argument, is that because you can just print out the stack every time you change it, you don't even need to look at the code. You can see the actual stack history. And then you can go to the state that preceded the one that you're in that you shouldn't have been in and read through that.
It is self-reporting.
Yeah.
Fair, but I could also have accidentally typoed my way into adding or removing from that stack, especially removing. If you remove from that stack, you've completely lost your history. If you add to that stack, it is a little bit easier, but that could be anywhere.
No, you haven't, because inside the pop function you can print out. Like every time you make a modification to it, you can just dump the entire thing. Like I've literally done that before. Because I've had a problem where I've gotten into an incorrect state. But I've had the same thing just using if statements as well.
Just going to go ahead and pin Eder as his comment there. Just the exact same thing we're talking about.
But I mean, the core thing here now is if we're having this like debate about whether it's apt or not, then just don't bloody use it.
We're having a debate whether it's apt or not because it's Spiro, and this is what he does.
No, well, that's fine, but like that tells me that he's intuiting that it's not the correct thing that he should be doing, so don't do it. Like I honestly think that it is the right way forward, or a right way forward, and it's certainly how I would do it. But
what I could see being maybe the most valuable for Spiro is maybe some hybrid model, which is like I was saying, like condense these states down into contingent blocks where relevant, and push on and push off stuff that's should be dynamic, like your UI presentation and stuff like that. You get a little bit of best of both worlds if you do that, right? You can still kind of keep large switch case statements for contingent blocks of functionality, and then where things should be dynamic, again, like I think the most obvious example that is going to be like presenting UI choices or prompting for user input and stuff like that. That's reusable code. You can push and pop that off. I think the degree of how much you want to commit to this idea is in your hands, including not committing to it at all.
Yeah, I agree. I think I've kind of done that already. So maybe I've kind of like naturally fallen into that. There are cases where I dynamically add things to like a small stack of things like choices, but I very purposefully if else or switch case my way into that state in the first place. That might be what I need to just kind of sort out, and that's why I was writing a bunch of other scenes and states, because I'm trying to like suss out what are the common patterns here that I can remove, that I can like condense, or make easier. Because right now it's really difficult for me, because I'm going from like, oh, you're just in a shop, you just have like 3 options, to all of a sudden you're in like a massively dynamic 10 ships in a battle system, and the diversity between the two makes it really hard to reason about which one is right or wrong, or if they're somewhere in between.
And I know I've been having this thought for a minute now. I know that this is not exactly an answer to what you're getting at, but you can guard yourself against stuff like this, right? So, I mean, this comes back to sanity checking your inputs, right? I mean, if you push on a UI choice in a spot where you should never have a UI choice, then there should be some related data that goes along with that you can check against to say, hey, did we intentionally call this, right? Did we set up our UI struct correctly before we call this? No, it's no. Okay, we're bailing. Like, this is invalid. It's not right. And you can apply that logic all the way back down, right? Hey, we entered a battle state, but we don't have any players selected to enter this battle. Let's bail. Or hey, we entered the player turn, but there is no player in this battle. Bail.
But what? Right, but why can't I do that in a switch or an if-else statement?
You can. I guess maybe what I would argue is that it could be a false sense of security that now you're saying, okay, well, this is such a hyper-specific state because it's this big long chain of things. If I jump into there, then I'm making the assumption that I jumped in there for a reason, even though you didn't. So now you're foregoing your sanity checking because you're assuming that these big long verbose names are preventing you from making that mistake. So I could see it either way.
I see what you're saying. Right. I don't see how that actually, I don't see how either way saves me from that. I could jump into a push pop state, or it's acceptable for me to put in something that I shouldn't put in because I got in there weirdly. Like
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure how one way or another. This is like a clear cut way to do one way or another.
Well, that's why I think that's more or less my point. Is I don't think there is a clear cut way. I think you could screw yourself just as easily with either one of these methods. Which is what I mean when I say it's debatable. It's I think it's kind of 6 of one, half dozen of the other. However, I also think managing
Right.
all of those verbose states is going to be hell at some point. Not that you can't do it, but you do have a lot of
I
data.
agree. It is going to be hell. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Like I
Yeah.
say, I think probably what makes the
That's why
most
I'm
sense
struggling with
is
this right
a
now.
hybrid model. Yeah, I think what makes the most sense is some hybrid model, right? Condense these down where it makes sense. You don't have to split these apart to be so, minute. Um, unless where it's relevant, right? I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's other things in which you're going to have a player turn that has exact same functionality. Maybe you have multiplayer shop purchasing. I don't know, and you got to you got to take player turns while buying from a shopkeeper. I don't know.
I
But
mean,
I'm sure a lot of that functionality is going to look pretty similar.
if you add multiplayer into this, you're going to have to essentially rewrite everything. That if you want to make a multiplayer game, it has to be a multiplayer from the ground up. I'm not sure if it being a browser-based game will change any of that, but generally that's how it works. Like you have to like architect for that. Like I really don't like the term netcode when players talk about how is the netcode, because there's not like a function that says replicate on the network. There's a bunch of stuff that has to be done. Even if you use something like what's that library called? GGPIO or whatever it's bloody called, where it interpolates two states. You're still architecting your overall code to fit everything into these structs that it then goes and loops between. So I would just throw multiplayer out the window for now. If you're getting this bogged down on just implementing the mechanics for single player, just forget multiplayer for now and worry about that later. Because it would probably involve a complete rewrite.
I tend to agree. I like to think that I could isolate the battle mechanics just so that you could have a simple battle with multiplayer, but I don't actually. Now that we've talked about it, I'm like, I don't know how I feel about that anymore.
99% of the time I would agree, but I think for the specific project, it's simple enough that you could basically extrapolate the idea of, imagine you had multiple people with a keyboard, and instead of multiple keyboards or whatever, you just have multiple clients. You're going to have one authoritative game state, right? And since it's turn-based, you just pass the turn to the next client and say, hey, it's your turn to do something. Now,
Right, but
you run into other
where's
mechanical issues there, right? Like, okay, do we have timeouts for player turns? What if the guy's AFK? Do we wait until the end of time for him to make an option, or do we give him 30 seconds? Whatever.
yeah, but where's all the stuff that the other players are executing? It doesn't exist. You're gonna have to write so much stuff. Like it's not that simple. It doesn't matter how much you try and idealize how it is. When you actually sit down to come and write the code, you'll be like, oh shit, I've got to change so much of this.
That's possible.
That's right. It's not. That's reality. That's how it goes. Like you can look up any article or tutorial, anything that discusses multiplayer stuff, and the first thing they'll all tell you is you have to design for multiplayer from the very beginning. Like it's a fool's errand to do it the other way around, to try and retrofit multiplayer into a single player game. It's very, very difficult. And that's why multiplayer updates for games that were single player take so long to do, because they have to rewrite so much stuff, or the code's going to get really, really screwed up and messy.
Right. But here's my counter to that. I think a lot of those projects have to deal with a lot more overhead in those terms. You have to design your network stack. You have to design a lot of that stuff. And if you don't have that initially, I get it. The difference I would say here is that we already had this going before, right? I mean, you already have this concept of you have a state machine and a disconnected
Yeah.
renderer. You just have multiple disconnected renderers that connect to the same state machine. We're
right.
glossing over
That's
the
right.
networking stuff
And
by saying WebSockets and all these kind of higher level networking frameworks and things like that. But I think that the scope of specifically this project makes that slightly easier. I'm not saying it won't still be hard, but I don't think there's as much overhead. You don't have to go through
and
and
I don't
design
need
the
to
whole
have
TCP/IP stack and all of that and reconcile packets and
right.
It does help that it's turn-based. I'll give you that. Yeah.
Right. And I don't need to have the entire game retrofitted to multiplayer. I only need to like generate a little containerized world that in specific circumstances allows you to play multiplayer, and it's just a battle. That's all I have right now. It's just
okay.
throwing
So,
a ship for each player, and then let them battle it out.
So it's not like you all sail around the world together.
No, that's right. That's
in
right.
one
No.
map.
I don't want to do that because I don't think this game benefits from that. I think
All
this
right,
game
well, that's a
benefits
lot
from
different then.
very limited, strict multiplayer.
That's a lot different. It's still going to be like a really involved process. Like it'd be more work than I don't think Harvis is I think he's a bit optimistic.
I mean, I've been down the path. I know what you're saying. You are
Yeah,
right.
I've done it.
Project.
I've done it too. I've written client server stuff, but with it being turn based, that does help a lot. Will go quite a long way. To be fair to you, but yeah, not being in a shared world thing like that makes a hell of a lot of difference too. So I don't know, but anyway, the actual problem, like the thing, if you think the other way's easier, dude, just go with it. Don't listen to me. I'm not sure if it is a preference or not. And you're making me question it myself now
because yeah.
Because I was using this.
Like I could accomplish the same checks and balances.
Yeah, I was using this during my more OOP sort of years. So I'm just wondering if it's not a hangover from that now.
Because we all know how intelligent and smart I am as a high school dropout. And, you know, I from time to time, I have my good ideas. I just, there's something about this that as soon as I hit a wall like this, where I'm like, holy crap, this got way out of control really fast, my red flags start raising, and I'm like, wait, why did this happen? Is it because of me, or is it because of the way I'm doing it, or some mixture? And I feel like based on the way I've done it with if else statements and the way I attempted to do it with push pop stacks, I'm like, wait, what's the actual difference here? It's very little, if any. It feels to me like in my case, it's mostly preference. What do I prefer to debug? Kind of.
I don't know. I still think the only way you're really going to know one way or the other is to try it. And I think you could try it by starting, like I was saying, I mean, keep kind of what you have now and split off the stuff that is very obviously reusable.
Well,
so
I think
even if you have kind of big long verbose states as your root states, take the UI part and have that as a pushable, poppable. Even if you have, even if your stack is only 2 items at any given time, right? It can only be 2 items deep. See what that does for you. I don't know. it's hard to sit here and speculate on like every minute detail of it because you have points, and I think we have points. So
Yeah, I agree. And I don't think I'm not willing to say that there's like an objective one is better than the other. I'm saying that like you can accomplish, it feels like you can accomplish the same thing with both methods
So
mostly.
he,
That's a bit subjective.
here's what I've come up with, Spiro. So I would say which pattern to use. It depends on the complexity or the dynamism of the pipeline you're applying it to. So if you've got like a battle system where it's fairly straightforward, where it's like this phase, then this phase, and this phase, and this phase, right? And there's only like one or two parts where you can reverse, like going into a menu and then coming back, like the movement menu or the attack menu or whatever, then maybe this way of doing it is pretty good. But if you've got a really dynamic battle system where it could go into all different things and you have no idea what's going to happen in advance, then maybe having the stat-based thing is easier because it's a little bit more modular and you can compose what's going to happen a little bit better. Because that's going to be messy even if you just have the if statements and stuff, because like I said, what will happen there is the if statements are where you're going to go to next at the end of each scope is going to be huge and it's going to be really messy. Whereas you could specify a lot of it up front in one place in the previous state that sets up the stack for what's about to happen.
Yeah. Given the details, it's going to be a multiplicative problem, right? So you're going to end up with an if branch at the end of your state that's as big as your entire switch case statement,
yeah,
right?
And that's why I went for it with the Pokemon one, because if you think about all the different moves that the Pokemon can do and things like that, they've all got a lot of different sort of sub-phases to them. So it allowed me to split those up, even though it was for a jam, I didn't really get that far. But I was thinking ahead. It allows you to split those up and set those up for like the moves and stuff like that. I think that was my thinking with that. So I think that is the driving factor of what makes it more appropriate and not just a matter of preference. So because the battle system for this game, like, whilst it is a complex battle system, in terms of battle systems, it's like fairly linear, isn't it? It's like one ship goes, then the other ship goes, and the AI figures out what it's going to do, and then all the AI ships move in sequence. Like there's not much variation to it. You haven't got like a ship can suddenly fly up in the air and disappear for a turn, or they don't get I don't know if you want to go and set on fire or whatever. Yeah. Magic the Gathering uses a stack, like an ethereal stack to manage the mechanics. You have to keep it in your head. Every time you play a card, you put something on the top, and then the other player gets a chance to respond. So they can play like a counter spell, and that goes on the top of the stack. And then you get a chance to respond to that. You can counter their counter, and that goes on the stack, and then you unwind it in the exact same manner. That's precisely how it works, because that's a very dynamic battlefield. That's a great example, actually. That's precisely what I'm talking about. So if you're going to implement Magic the Gathering in a game, you probably want to use this pattern.
Yeah, right.
But this is fairly linear,
right.
so
right.
I'm just hoping we can convince Spiro to get change
but
to be boat Magic the Gathering instead of boat chess.
Sure.
Yeah, so someone's just said, do we need the stack? Well, that's what we're questioning. But I'm trying to give an answer to Spiro that isn't just based on personal preference. I'm trying to give a qualitative answer.
That's the whole point of this project, right? Is to question the paradigms that we're accustomed to using. And something doesn't feel right about the paradigm that I mean, I when you first described it to me, I'm like, holy crap, this makes a ton of sense. Then I went to apply it, and I'm like, wait, why is this so hard to do? And then I had to think about it, and I'm like, wait, maybe it's because it's not actually an objectively proper paradigm. Maybe there's something else going on here that I'm not understanding, and that's what I'm trying to articulate.
No, it does work really well. I've used it lots of times for lots of different domains. Like it's really really cool. I did a fighting game with it for like the character states and stuff like that. It is fantastic, but in this case, maybe it's not required.
I think the other issue you could have run into too is,
Because
like I was saying, I mean, maybe you
there
started
are
from the other end of the pile, right? Maybe you started by trying to make dynamic those things that don't really need it. They're not super redundant things that need to be pushed and popped. Because I mean, I've been there too. You try to implement some kind of pattern and you start from like, all right, I'm gonna do this to everything, and then yeah, you get halfway through it and it's like, well, none of this stuff really needs
No,
that.
I said that earlier as a joke, but he's not doing that.
So that's why I say I start with like your UI stuff.
Yeah,
That's
I kept it
obviously a
limited
redundant
to
thing.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I mean, I guess that way you'll know.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I'm thinking right now is I know there is a way that will work, even though it's annoying as hell, and I hate reading it. It's not like I enjoy reading my own if-else statements. I really don't. It's hard to wrap your head around. But I find it easier right now for the thing that I'm trying to accomplish than a dynamic system where I could put whatever the hell I want in at any given moment and I have no idea why or how I got there unless I print it out, which then I have a decoupled renderer that prints it out, and I have no idea when it's going to render it in the first place, so I don't even know if it's going to print it out in the right order, right? Like there's a whole bunch of other things that I have to smuggle in with the other system.
Yeah, well,
So
that's the
I'm trying
thing.
to figure out like maybe for now I have to do this.
Sounds like you need
I
a
had
debugger.
no. I had no idea about the decoupled rendering thing when I suggested it to you. So if I'd have known about that, then maybe I wouldn't have. But that does factor in. You are correct. I don't know, man. Just go about your business if that's what you think's right.
So I just want it on record that I'm a genius, and I have two very smart people who are admitting that I'm a genius, and they bow to my genius level brain.
No, I'm not
Cool.
agreeing to that at all.
Confirmed. Clip it, boys. Clip it, boys. Clip it.
I abstain from commenting.
You're saying about the old if else thing. I think some of that is going to be just leaving OOP brain behind, and now you're seeing all these if else like basic bitch things, and you're still in the sort of mindset with like this is too simple, it can't be right. Do you know what I mean? Like there's a bit of that going on.
Right. Yeah, I know. I agree with that. Yeah. I think, okay, so I think my takeaway here is I don't truly know the answer. The answer could go either way, or it could be a mixture of both. I think that's completely fair. I think what I need to do is just push on a little bit with the way that that it seems to be working for now, and my intent with pushing on before even this call was to suss out common patterns that I could deduplicate and figure out like, okay, this is a common pattern. I can like, consolidate this, right? And then I can kind of move towards something that's a little bit better. But I don't know what those patterns are until I use this method that I know works and then run into a wall where it doesn't work anymore. And then I have to figure out how I make it work. Whereas the issue that I was running into with this with the stack was I was immediately running into a wall, like right off the bat, and that was an immediate red flag.
So because I'm seeing this Sea and Ocean battle state cannon attack here on screen. What happens when you want a fort to shoot a cannon at a ship?
When you want a fort, that will never
Yeah.
hurt. Well, I mean, currently that's never it was never intended to be a thing.
You can't attack ports and stuff. Ports can't attack you. Can't go to the pirate port. And they open fire.
No, in the original game, you can only attack ship to ship. I mean, I could add that in the future, but that I never intended to do that originally.
Fair.
No, don't go down that route, or you end up with ECS. He's like preparing for all eventualities.
Just trying to goad him into more bad ideas. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting, man. Like, I'm gonna have to reevaluate it for some of the stuff I've been doing. I still think it's really useful. It's just, I think the worst thing about this is the whole the JS renderer thing. It's really unusual, and I find it difficult. I find that difficult to reason about, because I've never seen anything like that. Usually, it's like you have the update that does all the logic, and then you have a render function that goes and takes the state and then just throws it at the graphics card, and then that you got your shaders and stuff. But this is a lot different, right? Because yeah.
I've done it the other way around. I talked to Travis about this too.
Here.
With where you have a multi-threaded renderer, but that's basically you just push onto a queue for that thread and say, hey, here's some render operations you should do. Get to it when you have time. And then the renderer just spins in its own loop saying, hey, what do I got? But this is a little bit the other way around because your renderer has to pull into the game to figure that out.
Right. So look, the nature of WebAssembly. I'm running it on the browser, but it does not have to run in the browser. It can run on an embedded device. It can run on your desktop. It can run within Odin. It can run within Node or Bun, directly in line with the same performance that you would get out of C, exactly as I'm doing. That's the point of WebAssembly. It's got a lot of flexibility. So you have to think about it from my perspective, which is, what if I just built it once? The game state is built once in WebAssembly, and then the rendering mechanism could be anything you want, as long as you can read a WebAssembly file or you can call the functions in a WebAssembly file. It doesn't matter, right? And so that decoupling becomes very real in more cases than just the browser. Does that make sense?
Yeah. But you don't know what those targets are, so you can't make it sort of reach out into them. Like you can't reach out
into them, but you can.
Yeah.
You can do the reverse.
See, that's a little inverted as well, because usually, so you'd have. Oh yeah.
Actually, so the JavaScript is calling your tick function in WebASM, right?
It is, yeah. As long as there's an update that needs to be done, and then it calls the tick function in WASM. Like everything comes from the renderer has to call into WASM to get its updates. That the JavaScript doesn't have to be the renderer. It could be OpenGL, it could be Vulkan, it could be Qt, it could be a terminal system, it could be anything. WebAssembly remains consistent. The renderer calls the WebAssembly state to figure out what it needs to do, and the WebAssembly state is literally just a self-contained system that is the same no matter what you run it in.
It's really like a game engine as an API, which I guess, depending on how you look at it, it's not entirely removed from how most things work. I mean, it's just a little more closely coupled.
No, because in a typical game, like the rendering, like the rendering backends, like if you're using OpenGL or Vulkan or WebGL or whatever, they would be part of the project anyway. So you'd like, the game code would reach directly into them. Whereas you can't do that here. All this has to do is present a bunch of data and say, here you go, this is the data that you're supposed to be presenting. You go and do that. But so that's really simple. But the complication arises is when you now got these menus that are being handled. So honestly, my biggest the way I would do it is have the WASM code like handle all the choices and stuff, and instead say to the renderer, choice number 1 is highlighted currently. I know you're kind of really opposed to doing that though, so but I mean we just have to disagree.
I think that's
because the renderer should be rendering and not having any input as to what the game is doing whatsoever. Like it should the renderer shouldn't like have any input handling code at all. Like deciding which menu options being highlighted and picked should be part of the game.
Well,
because
let me present
now
this case then.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. You have a case where most of the time your WebAssembly is presenting to you an array of choices that's pretty consistent. But in one particular case, let's say you have a okay, I got it. Let's say you have a screen viewport, like a screen size limitation. And the screen size limitation means that you cannot represent all choices on the screen at the same time. WASM doesn't give two shits. The renderer does though. And you need to create a pagination system to go from the first two choices to the next two choices to the next two choices, because you have a limitation on hardware screen size. And you want to ask WebAssembly, what are the total set of choices that I need to paginate across? WebAssembly doesn't care how you do that. Why should it care? Why should it care what's highlighted and what's currently represented?
How do I argue that?
Right.
I mean, I would say I would say that if it doesn't have the space to render it all, then it's not fit for the game. It doesn't meet the minimum requirements. You can say the same thing about like the viewport.
Why should it not meet the minimum requirements?
Well, yeah, because the game
it could literally be the viewport. It could be one square, and the viewport would still work in the current WebAssembly.
I mean,
yeah, I know, but the game wouldn't be playable, would it? How is that playable? You can't see where you're moving, you dingus.
but we're not talking about we're not talking about an unplayable scenario. We're talking about a playable scenario that has a limitation that WebAssembly simply does not care about.
Dude, a tile-based game with one tile viewable is not playable. You can't play Tetris with one column of pixels.
Sure. Okay. So let's say you have an 8x8 or a 4x4 or a 6x6. Right. But it's still playable right? But you have a limited set of options that you can choose, that you can render as choices. I don't think I think that calling for the like arguing for the extreme case is a fair argument, but I don't think the extreme case is like a relevant thing, because then it's just a non-starter. You can absolutely have a case where you're riding that line between it's playable and you can't represent everything you need to. What if you have something that doesn't properly render fonts correctly? It'll render everything else correctly, but the hardware unit will not render fonts correctly. And so when you represent the choices, when you're going to render the choices, the font cannot properly fit within the viewport, even though the viewport is abundantly available to fit it. What are you going to do then? WASM should give no shit about that. It does not care.
Use icons. Use icons.
But that's a rendering mechanism. Why does WASM care about icons?
It doesn't matter. The web
it doesn't
need to give a shit.
It doesn't, like, all I'm saying is that there's like 3 choices. It doesn't matter if it draws them like horizontally or vertically or in a grid or whatever. All it's got to know is that what the choices are, so it can render the correct like icon or string, and highlight it correctly. So that
okay.
So the input and stuff can still be handled by the WASM.
Problem. Sure. So then you have 8 choices. You can only render 6, and the 7th one is highlighted. What do? You
pan the choices in the renderer.
That's a rendering problem, isn't it?
Well, yeah. But you just offset. It doesn't care. It doesn't care. But that doesn't mean that the input handling code can't be handled in WASM. Because the of course it can, because
physically it can't.
Yes,
it has no interface out to any kind of input handler. You have to provide it.
He's already got input. He's already doing it. You pass it in. Like that's not the issue here. What Spear is saying is that, like, I'm arguing that all the UI handling could and possibly should be done by the WASM stuff, and the renderer simply renders it. It doesn't actually handle any of the menu input itself. Let's say if all the choices or the icons don't fit in the screen, then you just don't. Let's say it can fit 3 and there's 4 options, and you move the cursor down to the 4th option. You just push the top one off and draw the other 3.
I get what you're saying, but
it's exactly what you do. You just scroll. It's just scroll it.
Yeah, here's the only thing that's weird about it, right? Is that in some cases, the issues that he's got to deal with is an inversion of like dependency type problem. And in other cases, it's really just where you draw the dividing line between functionality, which we couldn't traditionally see in game engines, right? And normally what we do is we would build up like an input state. We would pass that, or we would pull that input state in from some handler that we want to use that from, right? So UI, we want to know, is the mouse button down? Let's go ask the input handler, hey, is the mouse button down? But the difference is, though, it's not really all that different. All you're doing is shifting where that function is, right? So if you're in some UI handler and you say, okay, is our mouse down? Are we inside some button? Are we pushing the button? Okay, we're pushing the button, call push button. The only difference as far as how Spiro's doing it, and that's kind of a limitation in some sense of how WebASM works, is you move where that function call is, right? The push button function is now part of the renderer. You just it's where you cut the line, right? Instead of being cut on that one side of it, it's now being cut on this other side. So it does seem goofy. It's really not all that different, though.
I mean, if you talk about dependency inversion and shit, but you're outsourcing like input handling to a fucking renderer. That's crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
It's not any different than like STL, though. Like, this is the same thing that you would do if you boot up a window in Windows, right? You get a message pump from the OS, and you have to then use that to drive your game. That's what
right, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about the application itself, the game, how the game is architected. Like, the only reason why that exists is because that's how the OS is designed. We have no control over that. We have actual control over this, and we can we can decide how it works. But Spiro can decide as how it works. Like not us really.
Right.
But
No,
it's
kind of the same thing one way or the other, though. I mean, you have to be provided your loop from some external thing. That's really kind of the core issue, and your input has to be.
Spiro's stated goal is to decouple the renderer from the game logic. But now the game logic is now relying on the renderer to determine what it will do. If you can talk about dependency inversion, there's fucking one that is fucking V-shape. It's a fucking dependency circle.
Yeah, a little bit maybe.
Like
for some things, it's a dependency inversion because, like you say, like the WebASM itself can't boot up its own loop, right? So you have to provide the loop, which isn't all that different if you think about it than how you bootstrap
there's no
a game
point
normally.
arguing the joke I made. Jesus Christ, like if I was doing this, the WASM stuff would drive all of the menu interactions, and it would present some data that the JS thing can ask for, and it would put it on the screen. Like that's all the renderer does.
Right. I don't think it's invalid. I'm just saying it. The only difference is you have that over here or you have that over there. There's not really any difference there. If you had that,
you could say that about any aspect of the game. Oh, we're gonna put the ship moving code into the DOM into JS now because it can be done either way. We're gonna stick that there. Everything else is going to be in the WASM, but we're gonna stick that there because it can go either way. You know, it's like, oh, this code could be in kernel space, it could be user space. It doesn't matter where it goes. We'll just stick it wherever it is. It doesn't matter. There's no rules or logic. You know, I stick that there. I'll put mouse buttons instead of WASD on my keyboard. It doesn't matter. I'm clicking them anyway. It doesn't matter what hand I'm pressing them with.
Here's what I'm saying. Like, what's the difference between calling select option 1 or, input up was pressed?
I have no idea what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about anymore. What I was saying is a renderer should render things. It shouldn't be deciding what decisions have been made as far as user input goes. That is my argument. I have no idea what you just said. Like,
let me rephrase it for you. Then I understand. I kind of fucked that up. Okay. If you receive some input, you have a menu on screen. You're going to select an option. An option is highlighted, right? What is the difference between hitting enter and sending that to WebASM or select option 1? The only difference is where that function exists, right? Like, you're going to call select option 1 anyway. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Not really, but
it's like I'm saying, all you're doing is it's the line where you divide the scope, right, or the whatever the concerns is just shifted a little bit. It's not really that big of a deal. And all traditional video games have to provide input to the game engine anyway. It's not exactly that different. You're not wrong. You could pull that stuff inside the WASM, and it's a little more tightly coupled, but it's half a dozen, 1/6 of the other. It's all the same.
I just like what part of renderer means. I handle input for menus though.
It's not a render though. It's the application wrapper is what it is. We're using render as shorthand, but actually what it is it's providing a output to draw to, an input to pull from, and all of the subsystems that the game state can't handle itself.
Right. So what you're talking about is a client.
Yes. Sure. Yes.
Right. Well, in that case, that does make a bit more sense.
In this case, the client is just a browser. The client could be a Windows window handle, or it could be SDL. It could be a terminal. It could be a lot of things. Any way you slice this, though, whatever direction you want it to pick, you're going to do exactly the same things. You're going to gather up your input and provide some output to draw to, and you're going to feed that to the game state. Game state's going to send you some stuff back. It's not really any of that different. Normally, these would be more tightly coupled together. They wouldn't be so separated and far apart, but really, just depending on where you look at in the code in a traditional engine, it's not that different. You've just shifted where those things exist a little bit.
Right. think about a scenario where you have a piece of hardware, like the browser, for example, versus a console, where you need to do things like inputs for like numbers or text. Those are going to be dramatically different based on the capabilities of that hardware. And you might have different highlight selections or even no highlight selections. WASM does not care. It is dependent on the thing that is rendering it to determine how you achieve the functionality of receiving input, of receiving a number, receiving text. Do you break it out into like a UI that you like have to pick each letter and type it in, or do you prompt up like a keyboard based thing, or do you do like a PlayStation thing? WASM does not care. Does not care what's highlighted. Does not care how much you input it. It only cares about the end result, which is what did you select at the end? What did you input at the end?
Right.
I think Ghost Magic in chat pretty much nails it. And then the other issue I have is that if you're asking me to be responsible for what the UI should do, then I also have to be responsible for what all UIs do. And the second that some front end dipshit comes up with some weird scenario to represent a front end state from my game, I don't want to be responsible for that shit. That should be on that person to be responsible for that shit, not on me.
I see what you're saying. I'd say the only downside then to that is that it introduces some like architectural problems like the ones that we're in, because simply showing some data is like or having some API things to get access to that data is a lot simpler than having some kind of back and forth kind of thing going on. So that would be my argument today. It's time for a refactor poll. Rewrite in Python. Oh, I can't vote, can I? Because Twitch is balked. I couldn't even follow that dude, that Ryan dude last night. He's awesome.
What is wrong with your Twitch?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It just won't let me do it. I can chat and watch streams, and that's it. So that would be my argument. Is like it is adding complexity, but if it's it seems like it's by necessity for your stated design goals. So I just would never pick that design goal though. It is interesting though. Like,
this is a nightmare machine he has created for himself.
Yep.
I don't think I've ever denied it. This is crazy. This is hard. This is like beyond hard mode. I know people look at me and go like, "Why would you do this?" But there is a point to doing this, and I just want to emphasize how far we've got doing it this way. I just want to emphasize that.
Right, that you can do an extreme case, which is like an interactive computer game and all that jazz. It's arguably the most complex of all mediums because it involves a bit of everything. See, I can understand why you're having problems earlier because you were thinking of it from this angle. That's why I was so confused about all the UI shit.
Yeah, it's and honestly, I wasn't doing you any favors because, dear Lord, I was not explaining it well. Like,
all right, I get it now.
How many hours trying to figure this out? Like, it's part of it is on me.
That's why everything's in that render function and stuff, because you're approaching it from this angle, yeah. I know, man. I've got no advice for like how to do that, 'cause I've never done it. It's more like a sort of multiplayer thing, because it's more comparable to that in some sense, because like we've even said, client's a better term for it really than renderer. So your fucking variable names out, dipshit.
So true. Got him, boys.
All that snake case, and it's still ambiguous.
No, snake case is great, man. It's not a fucking renderer, is it? It's a client.
It's got an entire dictionary worth of variable names in there. None of them actually describe what they actually are.
Do it, man. Like hash include thesaurus.
Spears over there busting out a thesaurus half the time.
Yeah, hash include
It's still
thesaurus.
wrong.
There could be a data type is a dictionary. It's what they call hash maps in like Python, isn't it?
Happens to the best of us. It's fine. We've all been there. We've all had our first hello world.
And that they have to search. You'd have some like type checking function that the variable name like fits the definition in the dictionary, or it gets rejected by the compiler or something.
Well, that's what ChatGPT is for. Much good that's done you.
It's the name checker.
Spell checking your code.
Yeah, it's not the borrow checker, it's the name checker. That's what you're competing with these days. So I don't know what to tell Spiro anymore, man. Like, I don't know what the best way forward this is. Maybe just carry on doing what the fuck you were doing. Like,
I think I don't really know the answer either. I have counter arguments, but I don't have like an argument that's like, well, clearly I have to do it one way or the other. I just have counter arguments like, why couldn't you do one way or the other? Like, what's the benefit of one way or the other in my case? So it's probably best for me to do what I was thinking of doing, which is to suss out the repeated patterns in the way that I was going through it originally with all my weird, stupid if-else statements. Figure out the patterns that arise from doing that, and then work from there.
Yeah,
I think Ghost has got it right. You can do both, and I think if we want to be super pedantic, you could do this without any function calls. You could do this as one big long procedural function. I just don't think you want to do that, and I think that's a fair trade-off. I don't think that that's some philosophical, wild thing that you get into about, the meaning of what design decisions are. I think, yes, fundamentally in programming, we write code to be good.
no, we don't. That's his whole thing. We write code to get fucking money quick and fast. That's his whole shtick. But the thing is, one big function rather than lots of separate ones. There is a legitimate like a qualitative answer to that is that if it doesn't need to be a function, then don't make it a fucking function. Just stick it in the body of where it goes. Like, functions should be small and concise, says Dr. Bob, or whatever his fucking name is. No, it's bullshit. It can be as long as it needs to fucking be. I don't care if it doesn't fit on the screen. Like, it's got a scroll bar. I can press Control U and D and fucking...
There he goes. Wind him up.
Jesus Christ. Like... I don't give two shits if it doesn't fit on your iPad while you're sitting on the toilet doing your code review. Fuck off! I'll write it however it needs to be written. Like,
no, that's definitely a principle I disagree with. Like, your function should not have a size limitation. They should be limited by the scope of the functionality they provide. That's why it's called a function. But I disagree with the, whatever the other extreme of that, which is like never any functions. This is going to be one big, long procedural state. There will be no branching. I think that's insanity.
What? No, just a series of instructions.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
know exactly what CPU instruction needs to be executed, and
Yeah,
there's no
I mean,
branches. 1, 2,
just-
3, 4. Like,
yeah,
that's
basically
ridiculous.
just assembly. That's fine. I mean, we can all go back to doing
I
that.
just put that's just like a tire going down a hill. It's ridiculous.
But that is, I think, ultimately what people are talking about when they're like, no, everything goes into main. And it's like, okay, sure, if you're doing maybe a couple things, but
Well, I think that's people who have been convinced that OOP is the right way forward. Everything should be a class, and like instead of spaghetti code, you have spaghetti types. Like that's that kind of thinking.
Spaghetti ear type.
People washing the pasta with soap. It's clean fucking code.
Anyway, my point is, you can make. Don't be afraid to make better design decisions, Spiro. It doesn't go against the philosophy of everything you stand for. There are lines. They're just very small and thin.
What is he laughing at? What is he laughing at?
You
What?
washing the spaghetti and calling it clean.
That's what it is. That's what they're doing, mate. They're just rubbing a bar of soap against the fucking jar of pasta and throwing it at the screen to see what sticks.
You don't wash your pasta? What's wrong with you? You some kind of animal?
Killed me. That's killed me.
I was thinking about those people that wash the
Yeah.
chicken with, washing up liquid and shit. It's crazy. You knew what I meant.
That killed me. That totally killed me. Of course I did, but it's still hilarious. I want to laugh at it.
That's what you're talking about there. It's just like that's why I don't give two fucks if I'm wrong about this, the pushy poppy thing. Like if I'm wrong about, I'm fucking wrong about it, and you've explained why. Like I don't know. Like I still think it's decent. I'm gonna use it in my stuff because I get it. But if you don't want to use it, then don't fucking use it.
You've kind of done it.
What is wrong with this
Can you say
guy?
it again? Can you say pushy poppy again?
The pushy poppy method.
Yeah, you've kind of done a disservice to it. You shouldn't use it now.
I disagree highly. I'm going to put a copy of everything.
The pushy poppy idiom, yeah.
That's my paradigm.
It's a lot like a heroin dealer.
Poppy programming.
Pushy poppy. The pushy poppy dealer. Not even once. Don't do the pushy poppy, not even once.
Oh, you're gonna. Oh, I talk about a lot of things like that. Never mind. But
Anyway, I think the long story short, Spiro, is fucking do this thing for fucking small parts of it, little bits at a time. The parts that are obvious.
Yeah. Okay. I agree with that. I think so. I think what I'll do is I'll push forward with some of this FL stuff, but not all of it, because like I think there's certain parts of it that are very clearly better suited for a different paradigm. Like this is ridiculous what I have on screen right now. It's absolutely ridiculous, and it's repeated over and over again. I don't need this.
well,
I could this into something much simpler.
I mean, as far as your project goes, like the overall, not the game project, but the whole thing you're trying to do, is that you've identified this problem. I proposed a solution, and we've just sat here debating it and stuff. Like, isn't that exactly what you're trying to do? Like, so we can agree that none of us know what the best way to proceed here is, because it's almost like an unexplored territory. I've never seen this. It's not a fucking renderer, is it? But whatever the hell you're doing, I've never seen it before. So now you've got to identify the right thing to do. It's like sitting here debating about it and things is like exactly what the whole thing is about, isn't it? You know. So it's got nothing to do with like spaghetti or whatever, but why can't programs have funny?
Right. Right. And I think this is what's missing, right? Hey Titanium, Happy New Year. I can get a JSON serializer for save passage.js. This is what's missing from like regular programming conversations in like the tech industry as a whole. People don't sit there and talk about like, hang on, well, why are we doing this way? Do we really need to do this? Like, and have somebody like staunchly defend, like truly defend an opposing position. Maybe not because they believe it, but just because they want to make like a proper defense of it as much as possible. Like I wasn't even really that convicted with my own like qualms about what you were proposing at the beginning, but once we started getting into it and I could say my piece and you could say your piece, I'm like, wait a minute, yeah, like why are you telling me to do this? Like what makes this the best way? Because I have things against it and you have things against it and so on, and these conversations are not happening, you know, as a whole.
Well, just to clarify that, I never said that you should do it. I said that I think it would be a good idea. I was very, very clear on that when I pitched it to you. Very, very clear.
You were. Yeah. No, absolutely. And it's not like I don't know. I didn't feel like I really had to do it. I just felt like, oh well, you know, it's you explained it to me and it made sense from like an observational point of view or from like a high level. Does that make sense?
Right.
Like you explained it and I'm like, oh, you know what? For what I'm doing, yeah, that makes sense. Then I got into it, and then the problems arose.
Right. I know it could be a user error though. Like, I've never had an issue with it, and I've used it several times.
It could be. It could be a user error.
Like,
Absolutely.
like, yeah. Like I'm not fully conceding that it's like maybe it's a poor fit in this instance. Like, but I'm not willing to concede that it's a bad pattern or a bad thing to reach for. Like, I mean, that's a stupid thing to say, really, because you say that about anything. I actually, OOP. I think I can't think of any time there's a good place for that. Like,
Can't even concede a little bit.
no, I fucking have. I said that. How many times have I said?
Just giving you shit. That's fine.
Get fucked. Go wash your spaghetti.
Oh, I'm working on it. Don't you worry. It's gonna be so clean.
I don't think the pushy poppy thing is de facto a bad thing. You should never do it. It's like you know, never consider it. It's like React, so avoid it. You know, the only thing it'll do is like give you cancer, you know, at an early age or something like that. Like no, but I think there is some subjectivity to it that was not previously explored, and the objective parts are yet to be sussed out.
Right.
Fair. I'm not an expert in the subject, so I guess I can't say.
Well, maybe the cases where it worked really well for me was just like, maybe it's just coincidental or something, you know?
Or
maybe there was a downside to doing it and I just didn't realize.
You laugh. Yeah, maybe it was user error on your part.
Yeah, no, well, I just fucking admitted it. You're sitting there laughing. You can't laugh at that. I fucking said it. I will not be made to wash the spaghetti. Yeah, no.
We'll see. We'll see about that.
Yeah, you wish. There's this thing though, man. I have no idea what the correct way forward is now. Now that you've explained it more.
I'm unwavering in my position. I think we were on the right track.
I'm okay with that.
And I think we were on the right track. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it probably will end up being hybrid. And the reason why I think that is because when you explained it to me, it immediately made sense from a high level. Maybe there's something behind that, like why it made sense at a high level, or I just haven't figured that out yet. So I have to basically get into that.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's how other mechanisms work, and it's how functions work, right? They get pushed to a stack, and then they get the arguments and shit get popped off or put in registers and shit, and then it goes back down to where it was before. So it's pretty much the same thing. You call a function that you didn't mean to go to, then you're there now. It's the same thing under the hood, it's just a stack. But so there is going to be there's going to be some universal truth to it for sure, but how far you embed that whole paradigm into your own architecture, then I guess that's what's being called into question.
Right. I think that's the question, yeah. Okay, well, I guess it means I have some exploring to do.
I'm curious about it. I'm going to prototype it personally.
Yeah, well, you have to.
Yeah, I mean,
you have to make a whole separate file to keep it all decoupled called renderer/client/ I do certain things and set up the rest of the crap and allow it to run. It's a big file name.
Spiro's renderer _ client _ wrapper _ thing .c.
Yeah, it doesn't what's the Windows file system called? NTFS does not have like ridiculous limits on file names. You might not be able to fit it.
No.
Yep, that's right. It does.
It's like 256 characters or something like that, and there's a bunch of stuff it has reserved names, like you can't call something com in uppercase letters because of the old com stuff.
Duh.
You mean
duh? DOS?
It's ridiculous.
It's not, but you could think that. That's fine.
Actually, it's case insensitive as well, isn't it? So you can't call anything com with lowercase letters either, or any mix of the two thereof.
Yeah, what do you need case sensitivity in your files for? Has this turned into a Linux versus Windows debate? Is this what we've degraded to?
No.
Spiro, your camera's dead, by the way.
No, it's not. It's well, I mean, file systems pretty much are tied to OSs, but we're talking about a file system, not an OS. So eat poo. Anyway, I think I've talked enough on this thing, so I should probably go.
I gotta go too. Thanks for chat, guys.
I'm
Sorry to jump in here and derail
I'm pretty tired.
It was interesting though.
Yeah, it was good.
Right. Catch you guys later.
Camera died anyways. I don't know what the hell happened. So
it's sick of looking at you.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Bye, chat.
Of course you are. I'm sick of looking at me.
No, I was at the cameras. Anyways, I'll head off the call anyway. See you later.
Okay, I'm gonna find someone to raid on the Twitch side. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Harvest. Thanks, Laugh.
No worries.
Okay, I'm going to find someone to raid, and then we'll move over. I am pretty tired. Someone's doing scientific computing in C, I think. So maybe we'll go over there. Yeah. Okay, we'll go over there. They seem to be active. Okay, cool. That was fun. Thanks everyone. I appreciate it. Happy freaking New Year. That was a great chat to enter into the new year. I destroyed Arvis and I destroyed Laugh. I destroyed their entire argument, and I objectively proved that I am right and they are wrong. They're in shambles. Okay. Happy New Year, everyone. See you later. Bye.